happy day, vibe tribe. I'm rocking with your favorite friendly friend entertainer, stickity motivator with the vibes that are greater. It's your girl ennyarodasi, also known as Jenny Beats. Also known as ennyarodasi, also known DJ Any Beats. And sorry, I just had a pop-up for my Windows Copilot. Have not figured out how to navigate through all the pages and information to gather, information to use, you know. So, I was going to provide myself with a mock number, and I was going to utilize that mock number to create a budget for myself. Therefore, you know, some sort of itinerary, you know, just, you know, for my mind to wander. Because, you know, what is it? Monotony and certain things, you know, that reliably provide you with negative emotions, accurately provide you with the surveillance you need, and, you know, provide, you know, me and mine to be me and mine, because, you know, to agree to disagree, you know, to, in good faith, you know, agree to disagree in good faith, you know, be a creature of habit for that, you know, agree to disagree, you know, agree to, you know, because, you know, you're going to disagree. Maybe, you know, next person not going to be so disagreeing. Maybe they're going to be more subservient. Maybe they're going to be exactly what you had hoped, and you just don't know how to fucking manage, so you don't know how to create hope for yourself. Maybe all you know how to do is to create problems for yourself, you know, to create disillusion so that you connecting with yourself effectively, you know, doesn't fucking matter, to each their own. Recognizing that only applies to the creature of habit within the 5% of the population that's trendy. You know, to think that the stronger personalities would fall into these categories of categoric insolence. You know, because, you know, categoric insolence, I don't know, you know, behavior. She was sacked for insolence. You know, whenever you run a society that is not effectively mastered in niches, you would think that it is rude and disrespectful for, you know, your date to pay for you to sit and withstand the comedy of the comedian at the end of the dinner at the comedy show that they fucking tried to fucking buy for you. Maybe your comedy is a little different. Maybe your lifestyle isn't suitable for the comedy that, you know, there are different genres of comedy. Just like there are different genres of music. And to think that you have to be a subservient little piece of shit, because welcome to the show. You know, to be a fucking subservient little piece of fucking shit would be a trash waste, you know, at the fucking shit show. You know, it really fucking would be. Because, you know, patience, Padawan, you know, you have to sit with a motherfucker that does have patience. Sit with a motherfucker that is effectively, you know, somebody that has a very sporadic mentality. Whenever to make, to bring, for a city girl to effectively settle down with someone, you have to recognize the city mentality is so different from the country mentality, because there's a million things that you could be doing, that you should be doing, and effectively would be doing if you were, effectively not emotionally paralyzing yourselves with relationships or with children, because, you would recognize that there are a higher rate of, younger girls having kids in the South, because, it is effectively within normal range for a woman to be married, around, from her teenage years to her 20 years, to 20 years. Effectively, maybe 20 fucking years ago, they didn't fucking have the internet. They didn't have, spaces where comedians could record themselves, talking about, things that maybe freaking seemingly mattered to them, and seemingly why? Because people are shiesty. Sometimes if you let people know what, the things that you care about, effectively, they try to have sometimes opinions about them. So, you have to sometimes, you have to guard your self, and to recognize what that effectively could mean to someone that effectively, has a certain stance within the community, holds a certain responsibility within certain end times translations and plans, for certain, patterns that we would recognize, how similarly, we are placated within the freaking Ice Age situation, some freaking, I'm pretty sure there wasn't a mathematic equation that, mapped out the timing of when a freaking comet, a comet would come from outer fucking space and fucking smash into fucking Earth, creating this fucking, the extinction of the fucking dinosaurs. We're over here, definitely not, speculating over fucking woolly mammoths, because those are considered endangered species if you were living in the fucking Ice Age. No, effectively you don't have to have a sip of alcohol, you don't have to have a sip of caffeine, you don't have to have, an ounce of, breath of life be brought to you, because, effectively you would have to know how to bring care, Yet we become jealous whenever we recognize these institutions that are, freely providing care. Freely providing not just service, because, some people have to work for for that service. Some people have to work to pay for, the things that, to walk to walk in the dark, to walk into the unknown. You don't recognize that the rest of the world is behind you. You're making sacrifice whenever you can thrive in situations that are that could be questionable. Because it's not within, to recognize the differences within culture. You would not become, and you would not, figure where you could be jealous of, we don't offer that service within, rather than, to copy, that, whenever you're talking to people on the radio, you have to say, 10-4, copy that, So you could provide yourself with a little bit of challenge that would reap you benefit, that would reap you the respect that you are so desperately asking from the world, and you would allow the world, outside yourself to guess these intuitive, preemptive thoughts by the thoughts that you offer consistently within the shades of entitlement that you platform and create foundation for. Because, to create a foundation for something that, was meant to be nurtured, you can't plant a seed and, be mad for every day that seed doesn't, sprout above ground and, and thrive within the, and sometimes you have to help that, the plants. You have to, if it's raining, you have to, sometimes so the plants won't be flooded, you have to, move them in, and things and stuff and such. To recognize, that's, an idea, idealistically, though recognizing that, there's still enjoyment to be had, within the realms of, becoming, what if you were always really good, if you were, really good at riding bikes, and you just haven't rode a bike in a long time, you have to become used to pushing those pedals to create the traction. So because once you create traction for yourself, you make it easier for yourself to balance, and to, ride over bumps, to, know when to pull the front tire up and, bunny hop over, things that may pop your fucking tires. And you would want to worry about that effectively because, if you wasn't popping, you would have to have that perspective. And if you are popping, that's neither here nor there. To recognize that we all popping. We all have smartphones, we all popping. We live in it. In the millennia, if you're wondering how people are utilizing the technology that, you might have provided, definitely ways, in all the ways that you wish they wouldn't have used it. That's definitely, that's, you provide them with it, you provide them with an inch, they take a mile, That's not a saying. That's not a saying. Because if you were a mile away, then effectively, ennyarodasi, must invite you to a party or something, must DJ at an event where we can, provide, our neighbors, maybe some of our ops, maybe some of our friends, with free tickets to, a show that ennyarodasi would be, DJing, and, we could camp out and all sorts of stuffs and things, If you love ramen noodles, definitely bring your RV so you could, be partying and still be responsible whenever you, make your cup noodles. Sometimes you don't want to boil your water over a fire because then you might burn yourself when, trying to just, make yourself some cup noodles. Let's not let's not worry about the irresponsibility that, comes with, if you're going to make cup noodles, be sure to, make your cup noodles responsibly in ways that you're not going to, end up, in a freaking hospital, burns on your hands because you didn't have, effectively have the right, tools and, things and stuff such, to drink responsibly. They don't mention that, you're supposed to have balance whenever you're preparing your food after you feel the effects of the alcohol or whatever, it may not be alcohol. Some people just naturally have, they're just naturally, they're comfortable with themselves, to be comfortable with yourself, is kind of, sort of, stiggity. If shared thought, investing general good and dreams, yeah, you didn't think that, everybody with a smartphone nowadays is learning how to fucking interface with the police? What? Oh, you think the police out here freaking wire walking? Heck yeah. Whenever you're bored of, eating donuts and pulling people over for speeding tickets, well, of course, these are the same, things and stuff and such, what is that? Inside jokes. Inside jokes, man. Because these are the same people that, that you are, you wouldn't want to, pull over the judge that works in your district, for a speeding ticket. That would be all sorts of awkward, huh? I'm just, I'm rationalizing with the fact that, whenever ennyarodasi was a delivery driver, sometimes you have to, drive over the speed limit. Sometimes you're delivering a pizza, to one of your service workers. Effectively, pizza drivers are kind of service workers too. And, to recognize that there's a sort of camaraderie, but whenever a delivery driver and a police are riding on the same street together because they're effectively y'all are both working, y'all effectively both have bills to pay, y'all are effectively both living a lifestyle that would be responsibly adherent to the fact that, there are bills, we must feed our families, you might have a wife, and kids that you have to, that provides you with the conscious, the conscious motivation to wake up every morning to, to drive around, it's kind of sort of similar to, and you would sometimes recognize a police and pizza driver. They'd be both speeding. They'd be both speeding, driving the same, mile per hour. And they're not giving, they're not providing, they're not giving each other, they're not giving each other any trouble. Effectively. These are kind of your peers. You have similar tasks and responsibilities morally. Maybe you have different ways that you and different responsibilities that you have to carry out, with your job, or to carry out, within, certain, declarative responsibility, because you are declared, certain, you are afforded certain opportunities whenever you uphold certain responsibilities. Now, to recognize that a responsibility may have to be upheld, you would have to then be forgiving with your time, forgiving with your structure, that of being around, and surrounding your responsibilities within life. Because sometimes whenever you become too zoomed in, you provide yourself with more blind spots. Whenever you zoom in effectively, you are considering all of your blind spots. You're considering all of, you're considering the traffic patterns. You're considering things that would essentially provide you with the path towards success, more easily attained through the notions of creating circumstances through the unknown, creating known responses from the collective motivation provided from circumstances that may be outside of your control. Therefore, providing you with, if you could recognize where my society is faltering, then you could create a better society for yourself, then second-handedly providing the, inspiration and motivation to create a similar society. And, because it could be one of two ways. You can become jealous, or you can become inspired to, 10-4 copy that, to be, justifiably just as good, if not better. And it may be reckless from your point of view, because your point of view is already stable and steady within one certain foundational stance, provided within the experience gathered from, that foundational occurrence. Sometimes we, travel through the forest and we find a plot of land that is barren to the circumstances of the forest. This, something similar to to Central Park. You have this jungle, this concrete jungle. Then all of a sudden you have this oasis of greenery and and parts of nature that are a little bit different from the forest, because you would recognize that the forest is a little bit more shaded. So there are certain trees that grow in the forest, that provide certain coverage, that provide certain leaf, whenever the seasons are within, autumn seasons, you have barren, landscapes to recognize where in the spring the barrenness is more consolidated and you're covered by the growth of the trees. And then you find yourself, I'm not sure if you've ever traveled that far into the woods by yourself. That would be, amongst the regular things that ennyarodasi would do in a kid, growing up. I remember the first day of school, Mom had to call the cops, and there were all sorts of cops and stuff, because I made a friend on the bus, and I was playing in her driveway, and they had the dogs, they smelled my clothes and everything. I remember I was, the police, he rolled up, he said, "Are you Isadora?" Like, "Yeah, how do you know my name?" Because my mom, told me not to speak to strangers, though I knew the difference, somehow, as a kid, somehow, the difference, between, somebody of certain responsibility, Anywho, yeah, your mother's looking for you. She thought that you might have gone missing. No, just with a neighbor, So, we are at chapter 22 in our book, Safe With Me. The name of the chapter is 13 Years Earlier. Recognizing for me 13 years ago, the internet was just now, just starting to become, available to the general public. And, ennyarodasi would spend most of her time at home in chat rooms, and chatting with her friends on MySpace. Daniel Clark's hands were sweating, and he felt so tired he could just lay down his head and sleep for the rest of the day. He wished he could run next door to Miss Pete the way Anna did the moment she got home from school. But Mother didn't like Daniel out of her sight. She didn't trust him not to do something evil. He had been sitting waiting quietly in his bedroom for just over half an hour when his mother shouted up to him. Father McCarrick had arrived at last. And John Peters, the seminarian he knew from church, was here too. Daniel listened to their muffled voices as he walked slowly downstairs. There were some marks on the top of his arms, hidden by his school shirt, and his throat was really sore, but he wasn't allowed to tell anyone. Mother had set the table with china teacups and matching plates. She had bought 6 French fancies from the bakery around the corner and arranged them neatly on a white porcelain plate that had faded gold trim tracing the edge. There was a proper teapot, complete with a strainer, milk wasn't in a carton. Mother had poured it into a small white jug with a tiny chip on the handle. Pride of a place in the middle of the table was her heaviest beeswax polished mahogany cross, complete with an impressively detailed suffering Jesus. Daniel had been excited about your visit all week, Father, his mother told the priest. He's nervous, but very keen to make a good impression on you. Her voice sounded higher than usual, and she didn't drop any letters at the end of her words. Daniel stood in the doorway and studied his feet. He could feel John Peters watching him. There you are, his mother said in her strange voice. Hello, Daniel, said the priest. Hello, Father. Hello, Daniel, the seminarian said. Hello, John. Well, don't stand back there in the shadows now, lad, Father McCarrick chided in his soft Irish accent. Come sit with us. Look at this fine fair your mammy has put together in our honor. His mother giggled like a little young girl and refolded the napkin on the same side of her plate again. When she poured the tea, she talked to Father McCarrick about the East Coast trip that was to take place during Holy Week. John Peters pushed a whole fresh fancy into his mouth, and while Father McCarrick and his mother were in conversation, he shyly showed Daniel the chewed-up fondant mess on his tongue. Daniel was given his tea in one of the ordinary chipped mugs. Now, will you have a cake, Daniel? Father McCarrick offered him the plate where one fancy remained. Daniel had been told to refuse the cakes if asked. No thanks, Father, he said, breathing in the sugar and imagining the sweet, smooth fondant melting on his tongue. I don't mind another if there's one going spare, John said, snatching it from the plate. Remarkable restraint, Daniel, Father McCarrick said with his approval. A good quality to have. Wouldn't you say so, Miss Clark? We do our best to discourage greed in this house, Father, his mother agreed. Very admirable, the priest murmured. And what other qualities does young Daniel think a good altar server might require? A static noise filled Daniel's head. He knew all the right answers, but they were lost in his brain fog. Come on, lad, we won't bite. Father McCarrick winked at his mother and smiled, but Daniel saw that her face was tight and pale. Silence. John Peters pulled a face at him over the priest's shoulder. At last, Father McCarrick spoke again. John, could you help our man Daniel out here? We're wanting to know the qualities of an altar server. Don't stumble, don't fall asleep, don't yawn, and work as a team, John rattled off. Keep yourself smart and upstanding at all times, Father. Perfect, thank you, John. Father McCarrick smiled. I'm guessing you knew all those qualities, Daniel. Am I right? Yes, Father, Daniel nodded, and tried not to look at Mother's cold, incisive stare. Now then, I wonder if you might avail us to the duties of a book bearer. See, Daniel, this is to be one of the prestigious duties of our new altar server at St. Mary's Magdalene. Mother had said earlier what an honor it would be to act as Father McCarrick's book bearer in church. She told him exactly what duties a book bearer should carry out for the priest, and she had tested him several times. But now his head was empty as a licked-out cereal bowl. Daniel? Father McCarrick tapped his long, slim finger on the table. Daniel watched the priest's fingers and began to feel lightheaded. A hot trickle of perspiration slid down his back, and he shifted in his seat. "Carry the book," Daniel whispered. "Carry the book, indeed." Father McCarrick laughed quietly, but there was a brittle edge to it. "It's a little more than just carrying the book, though, am I right?" "Yes, Father," Daniel said. "He does know all the answers," Daniel's mother pleaded. "I made sure he knows all of it, Father." "John?" The priest turned to the seminarian. "The book bearer holds the book of prayer for the priest at the beginning and the end of service," John recited. "You must ensure the book of prayer is open at the correct page and hold it at such an angle as is easy for the priest to read from Father." "Quite," Father McCarrick nodded gravely. "Thank you, John." The priest walked around the table and stopped directly behind Daniel. Placing his hands on the boy's shoulders, he bent forward to speak quietly into Daniel's ear. "You're a bright lad. We all know that. So let's have another go. Can you tell me the duties of an acolyte at all?" Daniel felt the warm pressure of Father McCarrick's hands on his shoulders, smelled the priest's slightly sour breath on the side of his face. Daniel's hand began to shake, and he couldn't make them stop. Even when he pressed his fingers into his thighs, "Daniel," Monica Clark said, "tell Father McCarrick the duties of an acolyte this minute." Daniel heard the threat louder and clear that hovered under her reasonable tone. Candles," Daniel stammered. He wanted Father McCarrick's hands off him, but when he shrugged his shoulders, the priest dug his fingertips in harder. "Carry candles in pairs at the beginning and the end of Mass, and also during the Gospel," John offered. But as he continued to speak, John's monotone voice drifted further and further away, and Daniel watched his mother's face contouring and her mouth opening wide, but he was unable to make sense of her words. John smirked at him and felt the pressure of Father McCarrick's fingertips digging into his collarbone and the warmth of the priest's body behind him. Suddenly, it became too much. Daniel vomited all over the table. Chapter 23. Present Day Anna. And we will read a clip. I've started walking regular in the early hours. In fact, it's rather more than simply waking up. There's nothing gradual about it. No coming around sensation. My eyes just snap open from the depths of sleep, like I've been woken by a loud noise. Each time it happens, I freeze and listen. There's nothing but silence. there's absolutely no reason for me to be so suddenly wide again, with a pummeling heart and painfully dry throat. So we have read a chapter of Safe With Me. We're currently on chapter 23, and we will be reading that within our next episode. We were making a detailed a sort of Venn diagram when we were reading the previous chapter. And so the previous chapter, we read a couple of chapters. It should be accurate. So. We read two chapters in our last, one of our last episodes. Or not last episodes, one of our previous episodes. And so far, we've definitely been enjoying the story of Anna. It's a psychological thriller, so tense it'll take your breath away. I hope that plays out in ways that your breath would be ordinarily being witness to devastating, road accidents and, things and stuff and such. That to be, within accurate surveillance, and accurate, utilization and depiction of how you could create, how you could create a fucking, a multiple car pileup and things and stuff and such, and how you could discipline a whole generation and, start thinking about the future because, with an accurate surveillance, let's worry about ourselves, and recognize the people that, oh, did you hire somebody that fucking hates me to fucking worry about me? Oh, how about, we try to figure this out, without your help. Yeah, as if that's gonna happen. And as if, you don't pay enough attention to detail to recognize the tendencies of comedians. So do you, learn to be a creature of habit, not of care, a creature of habit, bringing care, because there's a part of your niche delegation that is, finds it necessary to take care. As if, your standard of living has anything to do with how you're a creature of habit with your incumbents. And, to measure how you treat yourself would not be, to judge a book by its cover as how, you might treat the rest of the world. And, no, it's not yelling. No, it's not, being, helpful. And, in ways that reflect, hashtag feature me, within your, accuracy in things and stuff and such. Accuracy, we recognize that Alzheimer's has to do with your frontal lobe. What else do you ever nope about brain science? Is ever nope or ever no OP? Is it overpowered? Did you know that there are certain, something called homeopathic medicine? You may know it as natural medicine, and you may know it as the study of natural sciences within, the recognition of how our brain produces natural drugs that would be synthesized in ways that would induce these same synthesis within the production of our, of our brain matter. And how that's important and perfect within a time of, first ideas on earth to have, purpose and meaning, that you could, if I had an idea that, honey, I have the idea that I want a sandwich. Are you going to make me a sandwich after sex? Or is that just, is that an idea that, we could share with the world, that maybe somebody would, how the collective consciousness works. A husband out there somewhere would pick up on this, subtleties within our collective consciousness, and then, your fuck up just made another man's, marriage better. And that's how the world works, effectively. Have you guys studied the correlation between matter and between the realms of consciousness? Then you would bring into mind the questioning of certain sciences around the practice of magic, surrounding the practice of magic that is not, induced by certain scientific method, though utilized within practice, within the mastery of certain recognizations and practices of the harnessing and the, the realms of reality between chi and between, how we interface and utilize our chi naturally, certainly, and how we can somehow and innately build these, subtleties within others, and, how you would recognize, how, what is that, the one that would, lay on nails, it was, And then proper weight distribution, certain, sciences become, a delicacy. And within the overutilization of certain delicacy, and it could be the under recognizations and, overutilizations. Without retaining the essential fervor needed to create a certain divisionally, and, because there could be division and coexistence. Have you never, coexisted with a boyfriend and a roommate, and, you guys, had an argument, and each, the boyfriend, considered this stance, the roommate considered this stance, you considered this stance, and, are you not still coexisting? Of course, you're coexisting within the realms of reality that would be agreeing to agree to disagree. It would be egregious to not agree to disagree, because it would then create a more problem than necessary within the simple the simple coexistence. Sometimes you could watch something crazy and not recognize that it's crazy for long enough because you didn't, utilize, the use of certain open-ended displays of knowledge, displays of affection, displays of retention, that the knowledge that you're trying to put across to me is essentially, being, that's why they have Q&As after you read a chapter of a book. So, we were utilizing the certain, recognition within a Venn diagram, to note the character, the character essence of Colin, which is a character within the story, who they noted was a creature of habit, who viewed life, with his mini binoculars, digital camera, tablet, PC, his phone, and a reliable pen. He worked at the Royal Mail branch. He consistently, part of his character was that he paid attention to detail. And he, within 4 years, was enhanced to senior office administration. So if we were to detail the chapter that we have just read, we would, note that Daniel, Anna, Father McCarrick, John Peters, someone's mother, Father McCarrick and his mother. class, they would essentially read a chapter to us, or we would read the chapter all together, and we would answer a question, a Q&A that was written by the teacher, that had to, because the teacher already had a comprehensive, comprehension, within recognizing the syllabus, because each year or every other year, the teachers have to update their syllabus to be in line with state regulation, and recognizing that within state regulation there is, based on students' test scores, is how they regulate the structure of the comparative from this year's syllabus to next year's syllabus and last year's syllabus, comparatively speaking, utilizing the teacher's performance in the classroom to reflect on the teacher or the children's and students' grades. Because if there was a chink within the teacher's performance within utilizing the information that was provided within the syllabus to be translated through their directives. These are really basic understandings that we sometimes don't recognize whenever we're voting. Because, there's been so many riots, to defund the police, yet sometimes we don't recognize the similarity between, delivery men and police work, or, police, and the similarities between, because, don't view yourself differently because, you work for a union and somebody else is working paid by the hour. They deserve as much respect as you deserve, certainly, and especially, we don't necessarily, we do and we don't, mention, the special services within, special regards, certain regards, that, in special in certain regards, maybe above average that you would offer to your regular incumbents. I mean, that should be, there is a saying, oh yeah, that could go without saying. Exactly, to recognize that these, to make life seriously would not necessarily, be to take life seriously. Make a life that's seriously worth living, Make a life that's, seriously worth enjoying. You think of your kids' enjoyment before you think of how much the fucking camp is worth. Are they going to enjoy all the activities and all the different things that the camp offers? Not every parent is, noticing the, how much it costs, because, to do something nice, you don't think about, it's two different, parts of your brain utilize, because the creative part of your brain is thinking of all the things that you could do, with these opportunities. The analytical part of your brain is thinking all the things that need to be, accomplished, need to be, they're, not necessarily thinking day to day, more, because that should be a projection. It shouldn't necessarily be an implication. And so to recognize that implications, are often, the validity of implications play out way further than your hand and your grasp on delegating, and your grasp on control, and your grasp on, responsibility. Because sometimes if you make a certain choice, then you just left it open. It's the same thing on the highway. If you leave enough space in front of you, in the car in front of you, naturally somebody's going to fill that space. It's science. It's the way that life works. If you tap on your brakes too much, then you are signaling for people to not be behind you. You're signaling for them to move into the other lanes. It's signaling to them that you may be, a red light means stop. And everything that would be considerably, a active choice and or reason that would play into you stopping, then you would have to question, why do you need to stop? Is it because the car in front of you is not going fast enough? Or is it because is it because you're recognizing the traffic behind you is starting to ride on your ass a little bit, so you need to you need to brake check them or signal to them that they're not if somebody's riding your ass, that means they're not, they're trying to push you ahead, or they're trying to, find an opening that they can, drive in front of you. You have to ask yourself, do I want to travel a little bit slower than the car behind me until the car behind me goes around me? Or do I want to stay, because if you recognize the traffic patterns ahead, you might tap your brakes to let the person behind you know, hey motherfucker, there's traffic patterns ahead that you're being a little bit too hasty and you need to slow the fuck down. ennyarodasi was in a situation where she was in the middle lane. There are 3 lanes, and there's traffic. So we're trying. There's weaving in and out of traffic that is happening. So everyone can maintain their speeds on the highway. And ennyarodasi recognizes patterns and drives in these patterns more than the drivers around her. They drive in the patterns that are presented to them. They're not noticing the patterns ahead, and they're not, checking their rear view mirrors to fucking, to make sure, because you have to be around of everything, aware. A good driver is aware of everything around them. So they're not just making choices based on the fucking cars that are in front of them. They're considering They're considering spatial awareness when navigating on, responsibly on a highway. Because an irresponsible choice could cost you your life. So, in this story, ennyarodasi was recognizing the patterns of traffic ahead of her and recognizing that you then create, so it has something to do with the past, present, and future. Because the past is in front of you. The present, you're driving. The future is behind you. Though it's very askewed because it's supposed to be, the future is in front of you, the past behind you. Though whenever you're navigating through the void is a question mark, is the unknown. So therefore, everything a reality that you recognize and that you know, future being ahead of you, no, your future is behind you. And whenever you place yourself in certain circumstances, and then you don't consider inertia. Because the laws of inertia within science states that you could be driving 100 miles per hour one way, and you can throw a ball up, and that ball is not going to be captured by that inertia. As a matter of fact, the inertia keeps the air seal around you to where that ball will land right back in your hand. And if you throw it up, because if you're on a motorcycle traveling 100 miles an hour, you throw a ball up, you just lost that ball. You know what I'm saying? That ball's somewhere behind you. Though, whenever you consider the consideration of inertia within certain, fragmented perspective. Within fragmented perspective, she was sacked for insolence, rude and disrespectful behavior. It is to recognize that there is certain sciences required for certain reaction. How are you going to bet $1 billion that you're going to catch that ball whenever you haven't fucking consolidated the inertia around, so you just fucking lost your bet? What? Or maybe you won your bet, If you leave too many questions open, or maybe, if it's in butts or candies and nuts, maybe you would start to recognize, that you have a place in this world, and you have a responsibility to be a person in this world. And it's not necessarily your job to find your place in this world, because if you are the place in this world, it's your job to provide place in this world. Provide space. And maybe provide the lack of space. And, to consolidate the inertia. Because, if you have to consider perspectives within the, if you are an enthusiast of, rodents as pets, you're a person that may be allergic to pet dander, so there are, hamsters and, things that you could, you can have as a pet, and you could recognize within the inertia of your pet's perspective, you could add a toy, or you could buy that, you could buy another pet, so they could, be, they could mingle, and they could be, sometimes pet owners do that, and it makes one pet depressed because it thinks, you don't fucking love me, and then you have to make sure that they're together, and they're, you love us the same. at that point, then it's your perspective, not your opinion, that you need to revamp. That should be known, and that's alright if it's not known, because coaching requires perspective. Perspective requires honesty. Honesty requires an assessment of, an observative, discretional, examination of, things that, you maybe did foresee, and things that maybe you didn't foresee, and things that maybe you did foresee placating in ways that you didn't foresee it, placating. Maybe it was, and that is alright. And it is alright sometimes to, certainly to get ahead of ourselves, where it may not seem as though you're ahead of yourself. Sometimes you have to leave the perception of, people are ahead in life, so maybe we should, not try to, corner them in their circumstance, because, you innately live in a world that utilizes competition in a very toxic and unhealthy ways. And maybe unbeknownst to your recognition, if it's your life circumstance that your life could be at risk, due to the, certain enjoyment and certain fulfillment of enjoyment of others. So recognizing that your enjoyment may be in tandem with your enemies of how they view you failing. Certainly. They might view it differently, because open perspective leaves much room for failure, and much room for and to recognize that failure is such a part of success. You couldn't have further success without fixing your fuck ups, and sometimes you just let the dishes pile up, so it provides you with something to do. There are a bunch of dishes, dirty dishes that need tending to. Alright, let us provide ourselves with the proper circumstances in which someone out there would want to clean the dishes, And maybe someone out there would certainly want to stay the fuck away from the dish cleaner. Because if the dish cleaner is working for they're working for the kitchen. They're not working for the floor. Your job as a waitress has absolutely nothing to do with the dishwasher, other than the fact that you bitch at each other in recognizing each other's existence. The same way dogs bark at each other. No, there's another dog. Woof, And when cats hiss at each other, it's like, things and stuff and such. And monkeys, ooh, and ah. And, some monkeys adopt human responses and keep cats as pets, and they feed them and everything, And cats love it, because they have, then they have, these mammals that aren't quite humans, and aren't, opening, bags of food. Here, kitty, for you to, recognize. You ever watch A Bug's Life? No? You'd have to have the perspective, of a, you'd have to have, security cameras, accurately surveilling your bunnies and your rodents and things to create a certain attention to detail that maybe we don't recognize because sometimes we don't recognize our mannerisms the same way sometimes we don't recognize our habits. You know, and whenever somebody recognizes everything about you and considers you, man, what a feeling. You know, because, you know, your life does matter. Especially, certainly, and, you know, that shouldn't be, you shouldn't be able to, take that away from someone. You know, you can't, to essentially, to evolve the essence of Indian giver, because the stereotype about Indian giver is that, I'll give you what you want, but as soon as I recognize that you want it, I'm gonna, too slow, it's mine. I'm just kidding. I'm not a kid. Not yes. Depressing to recognize that what if you were trying to are you alone adulting in your honesty? Ennyarodasi definitely knows how HTML. Should we pick a place that we should, dedicate some of our time daily to sharing our HTML, our special time, Did Indians make strawberry fruit drinks? I'm pretty sure maybe Indians regulate, fat intake and things and stuff and such. So girls don't have, certain complexes growing up if they, had problem, being a foreigner to their own countries and states as children. It could be perceived that way if you, effectively, did not consider abortion and did not consider abortion an option. An option certainly for your ops, not an option for because they definitely do have, crank mops in shelters and things and stuff. Look, recognize if you're a man, I don't care how you were raised, you were brought into this world by a woman. And, that woman had utilized a certain discretion within handling you as a certain responsibility. And if you weren't viewed as a certain responsibility, then you somehow became a responsibility of the state or the surrounding delegation. Because if you don't want to have, if you don't want to hold yourself with proper responsibility, because there is you ever watch Paranormal Experience, it kind of highlights the fact that sometimes maybe the government watches us when we sleep because, Santa knows when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake, and he knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. And what if nobody taught you how to speak Spanish? What if nobody taught you how to dance? What if nobody taught you how to how to bring care to animals? Because if you took care of animals, then you would just be a fucking, you would be one of those little shits of that movie, The Butterfly Effect. You would probably burn somebody's fucking dog in a fucking goddamn match of wits, because somebody hurt your fucking feelings when, one day, whenever, 10 fucking years ago. So now they have, real fucking problem about it. And they're gonna make it your fucking problem. What do you mean, gauging responses? This is why you have to gauge whether you are going to please the world or whether you're going to offer circumstances for the world. Because if you choose to please the world, then, the first complaint, you ain't gonna know what the fuck how to react. Oh, there's a money back guarantee. You have a complaint? Fuck yeah, I have a fucking complaint. I'm ready to take your whole fucking business over my goddamn Alright, well, I created my business around pleasing people, so I wouldn't effectively recognize, to read between the lines, whenever, utilizing discretion when making a money-back warranty for customer satisfaction. Oh, $5! Yeah, $5, nigga! You better exit that, that frame of mind real quick. You better pop into the flow of, because Dr. Queen, definitely has a bunch of soft serve to make into a cake and throw into the crowd. Oh, is that how you celebrate all of your children ennyarodasi? Yeah, and that's how I celebrate the fact that, I fucking hate whenever my kids make the fucking same choices I fucking made, because they're going to die with regrets, and we all know this. Oh, I married a hot white girl Instagram model. That don't mean you ain't gonna die with no regrets just because, your brother, two people came together, they made love. In your case, two people came together and made a mistake. Things and stuff and such. That's alright, because if you were not traditionally practicing tradition, shit. Mexico definitely could hate you. Why? Because look at what that monster's made of. If that monster's made of some what is that? Unnatural? Things and stuff and such. That's what comedy is. It's partially considering other people's biases within your stances, and maybe your, could it be your stable stances, could it be your freaking, your strengths within life. And your strengths are not supposed to appear in ways that, alright, you shall find strength within the unemployment line. Heck no! Said nobody ever! People freaking literally, man, to think about those people are feeling inside, man, you don't understand. You don't understand. Because you attended school, so you wouldn't understand these things, those things and stuff and such. Man, what you know about control? Could you still control yourself if yourself was Richie Rich? Or would yourself be similar to a ridiculousness and buy a freaking, a warehouse space where, effectively, you could create a business from being, a big kid and make a show of it and, make a life for yourself definitely, provide yourself with reasons to remember, to, not ever forget You know, the exciting things in life is the things in life that, are not traumatic, that you somehow find your mind, re-guiding your attention towards the instances within your life that you found a grasp of emotion around an exciting circumstance that may be exciting to you because of the unknown of, and where there's a known, there is some sort of knowing. And to think that some sort of knowing would essentially be the gossip that we thrive with it. That we, because, it's somehow innately more exciting for us to recognize the same perspective, shared through a different way of viewing it, a different way of experiencing it, a different way of enjoying the scent of certain essential oils and how those oils effectively, how lavender has the, effectiveness to work with certain brain receptors within recognizing the scent of something, we're innately alive through the notion of, something beyond ourselves, love, love is somewhat beyond yourselves. Love is something that you have to practice to contain, to recognize love. Because how many people have had kids and they don't love the person that they had kids with? How many people had kids and they adore, they adore the person that they had kids with. So, every time they look at their kid, they find the missing love that they, maybe they weren't, showing themselves. Maybe they find the love that they find in their partner reflected through that the life in existence, created through acts of love, because sex, is supposed, why there's this, practice of celibacy, because sex is a certainty. And though sex could be a non-certainty, whenever you use things that are supposed to be special without discretion, you ruin the familiarity that you're supposed to, gain with yourself, that you're supposed to gain with your partner, to have multiple partners, it doesn't mean that you're a god. It means that you're a lonely individual that hasn't necessarily found how you can, and that's alright. You have to be a real lonely individual to be able to effectively have sex with a lot of people and all these things, with a bunch of people, because, these are not the people that are going to be at your wedding. These are, these are not people that are creating some sort of excitement deep from the depths within you. If you think that, you think people treat people not special. That is average foundational truth. There's a lack of, openness for excitement. Because the openness that we have for excitement is displayed, on the radio, displayed through different channels and different stations of, personality, character, habit, and things and symptoms, however that person was today, maybe, the things that they ate or the things that, they were exposed to, maybe the things that, that, a parent or, someone had, mentioned to them, had, added to, essentially the things that we feed ourselves, is important. Especially whenever if ennyarodasi recognize that you might be emotionally, paralyzed in the moment, ennyarodasi is gonna, sit with you and try to walk you through and guide you, to a better feeling, to a better understanding, to a better experience that may be, within the realms of excitement that would be, better enjoyed the more control that you experience and practice, Love whenever we can have these, somewhat, not necessarily a debate with ourselves, it'd be because that would be, fun to recognize. No, it's not fun. The saying, oh, those two argue, like a married couple. Reminds me of a married couple. To reminisce, to recognize moments shared together, that maybe not have been aware of the moment, that's, years and years of content, Correct, where there's proper initiative, where there's proper, exudement of a mixture of care and skill eternally, especially. Practice certainty. And sometimes there's only one way that you can master, certainty and master care and being a display of love, being a display with care and love, certainly. Information gathered from certainty. Information gathered from certainty should be practiced, certainly. Should be enhanced, certainly. Recognizing that enhancement of opportunity, enhancement of choice, and enhancement of these notions that may be cheap to the person that is, making ideas and wishes a reality. Not just as a job, certainly, because, there's a million ways to, please a peasant, and maybe there's a million ways, to better serve yourself and better please yourself. Without, having to, sometimes consciously be aware of, certain divisive thinking, certain divisive patterns that placate into your lower inhibitions playing out within certain succession beyond, the necessary need and, call for succession, recognizing, that don't necessarily have to place you into a certain mindset that would be egregious and, insolent towards your, character representation and accurate surveillance of yourself. You don't need to, place the blame on people that are not willing to accurately, forecast their own accountability, Maybe they didn't know what that was until maybe just, a few weeks ago. And to think that we can speak different languages and, and still agree within, monetarily within, the experience and opinion within the certain situational circumstance and experience. Because if you can't accept me, within, certain certainties, then you are just recognizably you recognizably aren't a person that, could thrive with me. Certainly, because, certainly if there's more people within the world that want to practice, the mastery of being single would essentially be the mastery of being a fuckboy. And the mastery of, being to the mastery of being a fuckboy in a world, made for, you know, not quite made for fuckboys. Because, you know, tradition states, you know, you would recognize that the older generation, somehow they have, you know, they have wedding bands on the left hand of, you know, their hand. So, you know, whenever they interface with the world, it's through a comfortable perspective of they have somebody that they, you know, are responsible for that's not themselves, that provides them with the gusto to wake up every morning. You know, it's not just, oh, maybe, you know, the thought of who you can meet on Facebook and fucking get over on Facebook, you know, or on Tinder, you know, oh, you know, because that's, you know, creating an experience for yourself. Nah, you know, you are experiencing excitement through the lens of, you know, temporary pleasure. Temporary pleasure is not long-term sustenance unless it was patterned in a way that would be beneficial for, you know, long-term sustenance. And so if you want something sincere, you shall act in ways, you shall make choices that would be sincere within the things that you want. You would not sabotage yourself, because it's not somebody's job to pick up the pieces that you broke up, you know, through your choices made habitually, that, you know, the end result may have been you sabotaging yourself. Or maybe the end result was somebody else recognizing that you were trying to sabotage yourself, so they stepped in front of you and they're like, you're not, you could sabotage, you're not gonna fucking sabotage this because this is my thing. You know, if it was your thing, you wouldn't have fucking sabotaged it. If it was your thing, you wouldn't have treated it without certain care. If it was your thing, you would have provided more care, more recognition that you care than the choices that you have made. Oh, I chose to fucking, you know, to put a stripper through fucking college, and I'm gonna sit here and fucking whine about my wife leaving me? No. Certainly, you just made if you could prove that in a court of law, your wife could, divorce you kind of free of charge. The divorce lawyer and her would make off with a killing, and you would fucking make off with a fucking sad face because you fucking essentially, didn't live a life and make choices within the allotted time that you had to accentuate the fact that you care. The fact that love is something that is abstract within your recollection of emotion, and it is your job to create a remembrance around the fact that you cared. Because if you never did anything to show that you cared, don't sit back and cry because you weren't a force of care within that life. You were a force that added to the depletion of that life. That's not something to respect. That's fucking average. It's very average. To recognize above average, we'd recognize that certain countries have longer life expectancy because of the traditions and how they care for their people. They show care to their people. And effectively, to take care is effectively showing that you don't care in the first place. So don't say hello to me. Don't ask me how my day is, because if you're going to tell me to take care at the end of our sentence, then your sentence, you weren't worth the fucking breath in the first place. Right? Can we agree on these subtleties within our society? And somehow the subtleties that we've planted within our society. Yeah, take care. That's not, it would be more, more essential for you to have a good day. Keep a good day. Make a good day for yourself. to tell you to take care would essentially mean that I don't have enough fucking respect in my fucking body to reflect some ounce of care, concern, or subtlety that would reflect a good character. In all of society, because it's now a trend to be a piece of shit. Within some niches, because, for the adults that can't be responsible for the fact that they could not evolve past or beyond the limitations that they couldn't even recognize through their awareness. Couldn't believe it because they couldn't recognize it for themselves. Maybe they could believe it, and things and stuff and such. Don't question people's beliefs, based on what you don't know. How about you question their beliefs based on what you do know about them? They, them, their, however you want to identify, whenever you want to identify, because men very much can, relate to the dynamics and the, character mannerisms within certain female deduction, And to recognize that you would have to resort to patterns that would be, unfruitful, unhaving, unkept, and uncoming for the, the introverts that don't recognize their flaws within society. You have to, because if you practice your character flaw, you're not aware that that you are, digging yourself a hole, rather than building yourself a foundation. You're digging, a nice trench that, could be utilized as a moat if you use some sort of sense to create purpose for what you're doing. Because if you don't create purpose for what you're doing, you are senselessly, making choices based on, unsound emotions and unsound, projections. Because, where are you utilizing deductive reasoning to add to a situation? If you're only utilizing deductive reason to take away from a situation, then you know your place in this world. And you know that whenever you are divisively, there are retainers to divide you and your understanding from, tainting, the stance or understanding of, something that could be utilized outside of the structure and knowing of your need and or, your projected need. Essentially you have to clean my house really, really good for me to, things and stuff and such. I don't know. It has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with performance. It has everything to do with choice and how you're choosing to stand, how you're choosing to utilize your reason, because your choice could be, adding towards the opportunity of somebody else. Because if you leave enough room, if you didn't spend that much time with her, yet in your mind y'all were dating, don't fucking be mad if she cheated on you. Because if you utilize that time and that reasoning and all that effort to make it clear to her that you cared and that you viewed her, as, a certainty, not just, a certainly, because it could be, certainly, that's certainly maybe how he acts on Tuesdays. Certainly you can't, if you were the only one for someone, you would let that be known. You wouldn't fucking sit here and fucking create a bunch of fucking daydreams that state obviously that you don't fucking care. That maybe that I shouldn't even tune into the fact whether you do or don't care, because you've put on display that you don't fucking care for so much for so long that you almost made your job obsolete, because somebody else can interpret that 10 times fucking better than you're willing to do for yourself. Oh no, to recognize certain psychology, you have to recognize the certain basics. Sometimes to get through to a child, you have to have parallel play with them. Essentially, to get down on their level of understanding, their level of, within discretion. Adults are taller than children, so adults must, kind of have to squat to their, to the level of the child. Parallel play, it makes that child feel safer with you. Whenever you can look that child in their eye in a way that you're not intimidating that child. Because the moment that you intimidate that child is not, you're not going to listen, he's not going to learn. He's going to start to build a retaining wall that keeps them in their mind safe from your divisive thinking, your divisive habits, and your divisive character traits that children, babies, pick up on. So do animals. That's why you'll have animals out of nowhere, growling, because they could pick up on certain subtleties that, that hold true to them, that they can vibrationally translate without the necessary, without certain certain things and stuff and such. You would recognize that the teachers that are successful, that successfully have relationships with their students, they take the time to get down on that kid's level. Spend enough time with that kid, keep that kid on a schedule. Be sure to see that kid every day on a certain time for a certain, that's how you deal with autistic kids. That's how EIs, early interventionists, utilize the attention to detail when utilizing administrative tactics. Administrative tactics utilize the essence of conveyal of information. So to recognize the information that's conveyed to you and the information that you attempt to convey, and how to measure how soundly those choices are being conveyed, would be to balance and to recognize where you are offering good ideas and where your ideas are shit ideas. They're not sound ideas. They wouldn't reflect good on a child's life, let alone on an adult's life. And to think that you would you're going to utilize reasoning that wouldn't work for anyone to work for you. No, you're not creating enough space for your job to be, fucking not needed, unnecessary, you wouldn't piece that to yourself. You would literally leave yourself to be at the whim of, do you want to grow old? That requires skill. That requires compassion. Just because you're good at war, some of these countries that are best at war are even better at pleasing their people. Because if you provide the people with something to fight for, then you're providing yourself with more skill. If your people have to struggle to survive, and yet you want them to fight for something, you're fucking running yourself into the fucking dirt, fucking head first, man. What the fuck? And then you're gonna fucking resent your ass because your fucking head is underground? That's fucking crazy. No. That's just how, that's just how ostriches, that's how they find comfort in the desert. They I don't know, maybe that's how they find their food. Ennyarodasi over here. Oh no, that's how they sleep. No, that's how they find their food. There are freaking horses. There are horses that stand sleeping up. They sleep standing up. What the fuck? Yeah. Because, yeah, he dated white girls before you. He just wanted you in your honesty, and effectively you had to be and Ennyarodasi does practice what she preaches, because, the things that, may not be, how did you fucking think of that? Because Ennyarodasi definitely, lived in a way that, she was making choices or acting in ways that could be, could be translated, sabotorously, amongst, if you really genuinely found it, to be something that you could brag about, that you had, a successful, long-term relationship, that is something to brag about, because there are people out here that they're utilizing one-night stands to get through life, and I mean, that's neither here nor there. I'm not going to imagine whether that's a sad life or a happy life, and I don't want to fucking, gauge based off of my friend's experience, because, sometimes to know your friends, you're not going to sit here and, talk about the things that are personal to them that could be, that are not things that you haven't talked to them about. It may be an uncomfortable conversation, though. It would be more, comfortable to have those conversations with them than to, have that conversation with somebody that it doesn't apply to. Based on what? Based on the fact that, it in life there are choices, and if we all effectively had the same perspective on me, then, we would then effectively be, monitoring the perspective of, translation and things and stuff and such. And effectively, if you, prove to care about something on a Tuesday, doesn't bring up the question that, for every other day in the week and things and stuff and such. And then you have to, you have to kind of pause for a minute. You're like, you've never learned to ask of yourself. So effectively, you don't know how to interface with yourself. asking you shall receive, because the version of that ennyarodasi learned is somebody else asks, somebody else receives, and ennyarodasi recognizes that that could be a thing for herself, and to recognize is that you don't necessarily need to know how to speak Spanish for that to work for you. You don't have to be, expectant of yourself to, approach yourself, respectfully and with certain regard, No, because yourself, if you were a cat yourself, you wouldn't want, if you were a cat, you wouldn't fucking, you wouldn't sit here and be regurgitating things that don't apply to dogs. Show me who you walk with, and I'll tell you who you are. If ennyarodasi does not agree, enjoy who you're walking with, don't ask me. Then you answered your own fucking question. If your best friend is my worst enemy, you just placed yourself in a real fucking weird matchup, and to recognize that people that are not you are more willing to be honest with yourself than you are willing to recognize yourself. Right. Because, part of my brain is saying, wrong. No, your choice is not wrong. Look at where you're talking. Look at how those politics are working out for me. And then ask yourself how those politics are working out for you. And then maybe let's not fucking try to place these we place these two things in the same fucking sentence. Certainly for the segment of ennyarodasi, every fucking state has a goddamn streamer. Every fucking state has a fucking opinion. So why the fuck does your matter? And why the fuck does, if it doesn't, better question, why does it not matter? I'm not gonna fucking tune into that shit. I don't care if is that supposed to be for me? Because it's not presenting itself in ways that are for me. So I'm probably just gonna, what is it? If it can't provide good feelings, if I can't even, provide a good feeling for my fucking self, then I'm sure as hell not gonna work with you, and I sure as fuck don't care what the fuck your fucking police, I don't give a fuck what the fuck your plastic surgeons say about the ugly fucking, hag that you've had, fucking 40-year-old, you're 40-year-old, you think you're real cute, you fucking keep it that way, it fucking keeps it the fuck away from me, and definitely fucking keeps our fucking conversations in two different fucking places. Because effectively, who the fuck ever your people, what the fuck they have to say has nothing to do with the fucking price of eggs in fucking China. Now does it? So why the fuck are you gonna sit here and fucking continuously not do something for yourself? Because you're fucking, because if the police are gonna, if you're waiting for the police to save your fucking life, let's not fucking, let's not fucking recognize, you have to be a fucking, because you will end up realizing, you're like, oh, fuck, did I fuck up? No, you just, you sat in silence and provided enough space and time for, is that the person you're supposed to be delegating for? Because it looks like you're fucking you're just concerning yourself with the police. That's already have fucking itineraries. You fucking don't know how to fucking, you can barely fucking, what is this? We have literal fucking crackheads that are that they can effectively pay their bills from free money that they receive from the state, and the fucking state and the federal government is paying for their fucking college courses so they can study criminal law surrounding the same shit that you're fucking practicing. Yet, why is it that Texas has not yet to fucking give, has not fucking yet to goddamn fucking, show their fucking responsibility? If you're supposed to be fucking responsible for me, then why the fuck is an ugly fucking hag that's, we essentially have the same fucking job? Why are you listening to some fucking bitch that fucking read Business for Dummies and it's not applying it for yourself? Because that guy you're fucking deported, and that guy, has nothing to fucking, shouldn't have anything to do with me. Because effectively these people, these effective workers, these Texas workers, haven't been fucking, have they added one sub? Have they added one fucking dollar to my PayPal account? Is what you should be fucking asking yourself. Because for the past 10 fucking years, the deal was, Texas, that you fucking adopted a fucking nobody. To sit here and make our economy a little bit less fucking matter less. Nobody fucking gonna sit here and pay for this fucking cup to fucking matter. Maybe a little girl who fucking doesn't have her fucking studio set up. Maybe for a little girl, that, pretty sure cops, sometimes they let, prostitutes be prostitutes, and fucking they don't let little girls, be walking the fucking streets. They have some sort of guidance, that's why they have halfway houses and shit. And they have the same, thank God that they still have these same fucking things for adults. Because now in America, your average adult is literally, with all the shit that you provide for them to look up to, or to fucking, distract themselves on their mobile phones, on these websites, you've made their morale reverse back to that of a child. So the average American adult needs these services. They fucking need to be able to pay their fucking bills. They need to be able to bring care to their kids. They need to be able to work in ways that could help and be productive for the economy of the government. And recognize that the government, we print money. So we have to purpose money. One thing is to subsidize Section 8 housing. That's one thing. To provide housing, because there are people out there that can't. And to be the voice of reason for these people is effectively should be the success that you recognize within yourself. You effectively helped someone today. You effectively brought care to someone today. That's all that matters. Because you taking care away from people is not going to fucking, be something that they would, gravitate towards. Sometimes if you believe in, reincarnation, you subtly would recognize the people that, you almost have that feeling that they've done something nice for you in your life. That feeling of recognition. I'm sure that if you spend enough time with somebody, you could recognize that within, their, negative habits and patterns. Though innately, it's a sort of exciting feeling whenever, you are doing something right, whenever you're doing something good for someone that is not just yourself, and to recognize that it's that same sort of good feeling whenever you do something really nice for just yourself, You did something nice for yourself, you did something nice for the world, you should, relax and enjoy the spoils of the excitement that you can create for children, for your wife, for yourself, for your family, for your friends, for your neighbors, for your co-workers, for those that you maybe notice as, recognized, within the competitive realms. Because, you have to, definitely have respect for the people that keep you on your toes, and leave room for people to resent, the good qualities about you. Because, it's a part of, certain other people's qualities to negate and to divert and divulge away from the enjoyment of sincerity, which is definitely not a essence of fake behavior, fake personality, and, it would be female behavior, certainly, because, it's, you would recognize that there are more females hired, and, there's more, females are more consumers, now, things and stuff is such. Totes goats wouldn't recognize that is, a not healthy feeling, That's not a healthy feeling. How do you not faint? That's somebody trolling, because so there's definitely, to recognize, the millions of ways that you could go out, to recognize how you might go out. You might faint and not fucking wake up. Does that change the truth of everything that you have shared with however many lives before that, may have happened to you? No, learn how to help yourself first. Learn how to be not of help to yourself, to not be of help to yourself, to help yourself. You ever trick or treat? Because, the people that definitely care, they have a little sign that says, help yourself, you can, don't, sometimes you need to to cry out for help, you need to fucking learn how to help yourself. Maybe to recognize that all your friends telling you that you need to get help. Maybe you need to recognize that the people that are in your life that are supposed to be, helping you are not helping you. So therefore, you need to, place any sort of responsibility on these people that don't have your best interest at heart. Maybe they're just fans of, being a fan. Effectively, that's great for the fan life. That's not, being effective towards, affecting people's life in ways that isn't, it's exciting and is drawing of, sustenance for yourself that could be recognized. If you recognize that providing sustenance for other people is somewhat sustenance to yourself. If you were an altruistic person, the question should never be if, because if the question is if, then you're just not altruistic for yourself. Maybe you're altruistic to yourself. Maybe you're altruistic for yourself in ways that, is not for yourself, it's for the neighbor down the street, And that's alright. Lee who? The one that sits in silence and fucking communicates with ghosts without recognition of chat. As a matter of fact, to recognize, to not recognize. I don't speak Spanish, I'm sorry. I can't fucking sit here and, be your best. It can't fucking be, your best if you can't fucking, display to me what the fuck that, maybe just don't. Just don't, Stop fucking trying. Are you allowed to have $1 in a dream? Everyone else, right? Alright. Ain't nothing special between us, huh? You're just speaking for yourself whenever you don't say shit. You let people fucking... did you leave enough room for me to fucking figure out what the fuck you were trying to say? Because you didn't say, you weren't, you were being nice to the police, and were you being nice for ennyarodasi, or being nice to ennyarodasi, or are you just being vindictive of yourself? Ah, pretty good. Yeah, being vindictive of yourself. Yeah, that's definitely a way to, not be gay. Hey, can you be gay in non-gay ways, please? Effectively, we weren't being gay. Effectively, ennyarodasi was being a delegator, not a hater. You could be a hater. That's one of the shades of gray that you don't have to utilize. I don't know. Just not comforting. Investigate a crime. How about you make a happy life for yourself. Don't worry about people out here worrying about crimes, as if it's not a crime to love yourself. Whatever you're gonna, to have love for yourself, to have care for yourself. oh, did you just come out of a relationship that, maybe you kind of sabotaged a little bit and you weren't recognizing that the scope of your reality was a lot bigger than you had, initially realized, and that, that explains those times where it seemed as though he was putting on a fucking show for people. That's that Zach guy. The Zach guy that likes to put on show for fucking people. Yeah, that's the guy who probably watched my tapes and became influenced by the lesser characters of the story that didn't fucking ask. You wouldn't recognize. Oh, you're just like that fucking guy that I fucking broke up with. You talk just like him. You have the same inconsiderate fucking tone. You have the same inconsiderate fucking, tendency and timing with how you react to propaganda. Hold your head up again for me to fucking not judge how nicely you lied to yourself. Because, to be not so unforgiving, maybe you would be a lot more honest. This is what you look like whenever daddy's working. This is what you look like whenever, daddy's monitoring. This is what you look like, this is where your heart monitors, and this lets me know how much oxygen is in your bloodstream, and this lets me know how dilated your circulatory system is, and this little button helps me to calm you whenever you're having a fucking panic attack. It's not, sometimes a panic attack, can show up in the form of invasive thoughts, because if ennyarodasi made it her job every day to tell you that you're a piece of shit, to tell you that your life doesn't amount to nothing because you have a fucking false perspective and opinion about me. That's alright, no, ennyarodasi is trying to, keep people alive, not, just have the undertone of, oh, fuck you can fucking die, within the tone of, oh, is that how you are accepted by cool people? Do you try to tell ennyarodasi through the screen that, she's worthless and doesn't fucking amount to anything in your life, therefore, should just be a fucking, the sideshow laughing stock? Round of applause for that fucking guy, because, I'm pretty sure, he aced his test. Do you know what asexual, there's ace. There's asexual. Asexual orientation, asexual meaning. Asexuality. This article is about humans who lack sexual attraction or interest in sexual activity. For the lack of romantic attraction, see aromantism. It's a romantic orientation characterized by experiencing little to no romantic attraction. The term aromantic, colloquially shortened to aro, refers to a person whose romantic orientation is aromanticism. It is distinct, though often confused with asexuality, which is the lack of sexual attraction or interest in sexual activity. Asexuality is the lack of sexual attraction to others, or low or absent interest and desire for sexual activity. It may be considered a sexual orientation, or the lack thereof. It may also be categorized more widely to include a broad spectrum of asexual sub-identities. Asexuality is distinct from abstention from sexual activity. Sexual abstinence or sexual restraint is the practice of refraining from sexual activity for reasons medical, psychological, legal, social, psychological, moral, religious, or other. It is a part of chastity. Celibacy is the sexual abstinence, generally motivated by factors such as an individual's, person's, or religious belief. Celibacy is the state of voluntarily being unmarried, sexually abstinent, or both, usually for religious reasons. It's often in association with the role of a religious official or devotee. It's a narrow sense in its narrow sense, the term celibacy is applied only to those for whom the unmarried state is the result of a sacred vow. Be right back. With utilizing time and discretion to recognize certain Texas delegation, okay, no, not really, to think that you could be responsible for me, you wouldn't be speaking out of turn. You would answer the phone call, you would direct the right results. That's why parents you have comprehensive collision and comprehensive. So you don't run head on into situations or problems that would be, if somebody was better than you, they might fucking piece out your faults before you recognize your faults within yourself. Because sometimes perfect practice is recognizing the unperfect practice of your peers. Oh, you're in computer college too? That's nice. That's nice. You know, all of us are in computer college, and all of us recognize, you know, who, you know, does not accept punishment. Does not accept punishment as a reward, does not accept punishment as a discipline, does not accept punishment as an answer, does not accept punishment as a response. Unless you are defunding the police. Because other than that, you know, I'm pretty sure the whole riot crowd that doesn't type, you know, to irrelevant people that like to try to foundationally platform themselves within a stance of relevance that only is applicable to their state of being. That's real success. Huh. Your girl over here making success for everyone. You over there fucking low-key making yourself look fucking stupid by making yourself look better. You know, because, you know, to recognize, you know, I'm not gonna sit here and guess what my, you know, what you two might fucking, you know, might recognize and not recognize it. You know, maybe North Carolina, you know, deserves to deal with me. You know, maybe it's not the fucking likeliness of the two most inconsiderate, inconceivable, despicable. You're welcome, ennyarodasi. You're welcome, ennyarodasi. You know, they're only despicable because I have chosen to not, you know, recognize how they're not morally sound. You know, because then you would only have a handful of people in your chat, and really, you know, the greater majority of people that are observing why the fuck you're even online, definitely not guessing or asking to themselves, you know, who the fuck you're pissing off, and, you know, how many fucking years you could be alive without purpose, because you don't fucking have a purpose. If your purpose was to fucking babysit me, I think you did a horrible job. And that's alright, you know, you're supposed to, you know, fathers connect really good with their daughters whenever their daughters are being a fucking bitch. Because then the dads have to wonder why their daughter's being a bitch. They have to, you know, they're doing all this mental gymnastics and math in their heads to figure out, you know, to deduce, you know, to utilize deductive reasoning and things and stuff, instead of every father wishing that they could hack their daughter's freaking Facebook and, you know, social media accounts to wonder who they're fucking, you know, who they're viewing and who they're spending all this freaking screen time with and all the things and stuff and such, to recognize, oh, you're reading what you're typing, oh, you're fucking, oh, your plans fell through and you know, I'll leave it to the fucking, you know, leave it to Bieber, because, you know, Bieber's not gonna fucking sit here and your drama is not that important to me, and I'm not gonna make it that important to me. Why is it not that important to me? Because if it was that important to me, you know, you wouldn't place yourself in situations or circumstances where you would have to fucking call yourself for fucking help. For gosh sakes, you're supposed to fucking know where you're, you know, and then, you know, things and stuff and such. And then you know, of course, your daughter is going to be so fucking hormonal and you know, emotional that she's gonna fucking make her mom piss the fuck off and not want to fucking listen to her, and or make her mom want to discipline her, and make her father, you know, more of a fucking genius as to how, the dad mentality of how he could fucking MacGyver or finagle, you know, a circumstance that's not going to be damaging for the emotion of, you know, any of the women involved, because, you know, then you're just making more fucking problems for your fucking self. And, you know, you might not be my wife, and you might not be my friend, and you might not be somebody that I would, look up to. You're not somebody that I would be a fan of. You're not somebody that I would utilize discretion when listening to what you have to say. Because everything that falls out of your fucking mouth is problems. It only spells problems for the rest of the fucking world. So to navigate, around your bullshit, would essentially, leave that fucking open space for you to find out. And so then we find ourselves, sitting across the freaking table with our arms crossed because you're questioning my reliability. You're questioning, and things as dumb as such. And it could be perceived differently. And it is a little, to recognize, we don't, fathers, feel, the same way the mothers would be enraged, fathers would be humbled. The fact that they had the time to enjoy with their daughter and recognize that, and it might be an exciting experience to experience, your daughter, communicating with you, whether she's, conceited in her perspective, whether she's deluded within her perspective, whether she's lost within her perspective, whether she's, certainly unaware within her perspective. It requires the certain patience to recognize, your mother's blowing up over it, it's alright, we can handle this amicably, and we can still, deal with the fact that you kind of riled up your mother, because, sometimes you need that, female energy to, fucking try to, calm your tits, Maybe you need to, maybe you think your husband's more happy whenever he has his, his nights with the guys. To recognize, things and stuff and such. No, ennyarodasi is not, you would recognize innately that the people that you're supposed to be approaching for help or for, for delegation, you call the police so they can delegate, maybe, there have been people that have called the police whenever their GPS failed them, and they need, they might have needed directions or something. Definitely be responsible when being and holding the position of a police, because that's a lot of responsibility. And you have to essentially be open for people, yelling at you. And, how many times have you watched Cops and the cop has to tell the person that, hey, calm down. Calm down. It'll be alright. It'll be alright. Whenever you're manic, you have to sort of believe somewhere in your conscious mind that everything's gonna be alright. You have to believe somewhere in your conscious mind that Texas is, is gonna roadhouse for you. And, freaking, never ate at Texas Roadhouse. Some of my favorite people in the world have worked there, and they've really enjoyed their time working at Texas Roadhouse. Heck, they opened up a Texas Roadhouse here recently. And you be some sort of food enthusiast, to recognize and to, enjoy and gossip within the turn of events, and, recognizing things that may be off-putting to you. Sometimes you have to let people be who they are, essentially, so they, can, be who they are, maybe not evolve. Whenever you, come to that time in your life, whenever you have to prepare your mind to not be around, your family and your siblings and your neighbors and stuff. Maybe you have to attend school in a different state or attend school in a different place. And, I would imagine that, you'd be homesick, certainly. And, to recognize, people within their tendencies, to people, within their habits habitually. You're not going to create a circumstance that would be hurtful to people outside of your awareness. If you were aware that maybe more than a handful of people enjoy to, speak with me. Ennyarodasi doesn't view competition. Maybe you have a higher sub count. Maybe you live in a bigger house. Ennyarodasi's not over here, being, is not being, a sore loser. Within all respects, I'm pretty sure that's one day, kids will know things and stuff and such, and they'll know it in ways that, they could, classify the sense of not being alone towards people who utilize it as their profession to surveil people in their homes and speak to them. Maybe it was off-putting towards someone that maybe didn't think and maybe did think of that within their delegation, hashtag COVID, never turned on the news, and the news is, turning you on. Kind of weird, huh? Yeah, you have to have safety nets because people are not supposed to be driving, with it's utilize these interfaces to collect more dollars. Could be fun. It kind of reminds me of whenever, we would have our, morning meetings, whenever we open our kingdom, and we would have our daily meetings, and and we had to be consistently inconsistent because people were trying to mess us up. For whatever reason, not sure why they were not, attuned to their news stations talking to them, so they had to resort to, guessing Rapunzel would, be of such assistance to, to people and things and stuff and such. Oh my gosh, that the word assistance has ass as a root word. Did you ever root a phone? I'm pretty sure that was the first, that was Android's first edition of hacking. And then to think that Ubisoft, became, not just effective with creating games and utilizing, CB radios. Because don't truck drivers, they have to have different stations and different frequencies. The truck drivers from the police dispatch, because I'm pretty sure it has to be on has to be on a certain bandwidth, certain frequency. To recognize, to be impressed as, how well can you talk to brick walls? Does your brick walls speak back to you from Egypt? I'm not sure how to play Minecraft, though, the capital of South Carolina is Columbia for some fucking weird reason. I cannot, fathom why it's just a capital of South Carolina and not a Commonwealth. It's alright, neither here nor there. Wouldn't, mention a little translation to be, friendly. What the heck in Fuquay is friendly competition anyway? Oh, does that mean we're on the same page? That's crazy. Crazy cool. Hell, they could even translate that in Spanish. Hey guys, my name is ennyarodasi. You guys maybe remember me from the chat. I've enjoyed to just share random, would-be blog posts. Sometimes you have to make them exclusively internet. So, you have to, before there's a MySpace where you could, post your status, tell me what you're thinking, You'd have the, there were the AOL Instant Messenger. You guys remember the Instant Messenger? Are you guys over there counting sheep? Sorry. Should we, maybe we should, we did read a chapter of our book, and we talked about the characters. We have this, this blank page with there's a timestamp that I was supposed to refer to, though I started reading from my 1-minute Bible, so whatever you say, ennyarodasi, whatever you say, doing God's will. You have to, your willpower has to find you in life, you know? So, you know, shout out to Mirko and you know, Sergio for, you know, the Tumari money and the conquest of the disco music. You know, while we were learning to lull and speak Spanish, I'm pretty sure no one was ever disc golfing, because disc golf effectively it was either ultimate frisbee or disc golf, you know. And you know, they came up with disc golf. Disc golf is now a professional and sponsored game. It's just a sport, and it's considered a sport. You know, it could be a cardio if you didn't utilize golf carts. You know, because you could just walk around. You know, you could essentially make, you know, a disc golf course with your imagination. You could, you know, that tree, you know, if you hit that tree, you know, that's the first basket, you know. If you hit that tree, you know, that's the second basket. So we all have to hit that tree, and then we have to, you know, or not the tree, you know. If you're utilizing, because you can utilize signs, you have to hit the, or something, you know, that's, you know, maybe, you know, things metaphor, you know, to love yourself and to be considerate of yourself, you can kind of start to recognize where you have been interfacing. We're supposed to be low-key about this? Did you just call me a dog, or are you just that disrespectful? Alright, my mom thinks you look like a witch. Anyway. Hey, Zach is do you remember that movie? This is Zach, or are you suffering? Did he make a porno? I'm Norpo. It's ennyarodasi didn't. That's not a word utilizing our PG-13 discretion. Ennyarodasi from 13 original colonies. Teaching poor people to beg. Read the sentence. It's a life-changing experience. Just yesterday, I sound like depressing because I don't talk about it. Because Maple Leaves. And because, I don't know, LOL. Who? Unless sold here. Have tried some time though. But I don't know where it by. Unless sold on the East Coast. You know. Casper did not cast magic spells. That is bad. Because the woolly mammoth, you know, is very, very important, you know, to the collection and to the understanding that ivory is not, you know, a natural resource unless you freaking consolidate your freaking, you know, your condole state. Condole? Does that have to do with bananas? Because bananas have magnesium. Do you know how to spell magnesium in Spanish? I bet you couldn't Sanskrit magnesium in Spanish. Did you know that magnesium is made from molecules? Very cool. Muy bonita. You know, we know some people in Maryland, you know, did you know that Washington is in Maryland? Ennyarodasi have you ever washed yourself in the bathroom while washing yourself and listening to Denzel Washington? It's very valid, insightful, and hard-hitting topics, and, you know, points and stuff and such. Sometimes, you know, you can imagine that he was, you know, recognizing the amazingness that you are, and you know, things and stuff and such. You know, maybe this time, you know, or next time, you know, maybe next time you could realize how amazing you are for yourself. You know, instead of, you know, the fucking likeliness of simpletons. You know, it's alright though, because to come in the USA, you know, would effectively mean that, you know, you're cooler than, you know, you're cool enough to live in the USA. You're cool enough to live in Saudi Arabia. Bia bia! Oh no. Oh no. See how that one just went right over your head? Happy fight wares? Yeah, where's the fight? Because if ennyarodasi doesn't hear you, then your opinion doesn't matter. Do you want to know what Jata was, you know, mentioning every day in Sanskrit? Happy nightmares. Nightmares. Sheesh. Oh yeah. I hope it'll have a longer lifespan. Yeah, you have to teach it how to beg. Hey Hoodles, can you beg? Welcome to fucking Hulu every day. You know, and to think that, you know, monotony, you know, is that your problem? I don't know, is that? How about we maximize, you know, your profits on stocks that, you know, do what I need them to? Yeah, let's not call Mega Prime to, you know, you know, things and stuff and such. Yeah, to never mind. Hello. Is this a comfy place skill? Is it a skill to be, you know, locked in? You know. Never mind, you seem tired. Maybe you should be, happy about sending prayers to your number one haters, and, you know, so you can you know, rewatch, and maybe you would want to maybe not scream at the same time, so you could maybe, you know, maybe you would read my sentence about, and maybe you wouldn't be, you know, maybe your fans wouldn't be depressed about having nightmares. Do you know how to hug? Because mega callback over there has, you know, apparently loves us all. Yet sometimes it's, you know, just a callback. Gen Z have never fucking mind because those guys are lame. You know, we're not writing raps about haters. We're writing raps about people that are making different things. So, you have to exit the chat right now, because if we think that you or your friends are speaking in our way, we're gonna freaking hold on to that, and we're gonna freaking burn bridges and stuff, because, you know, we're gonna crash freaking cargo ships into fucking bridges, because maybe you can try your fucking best to get to work. There's only one fucking bridge, you know? Just bust your bridge. I bet you fucking figure out that fucking, what is that? What is that? Something about Bridgerton. Are you a doctor? Ennyarodasi is just a girl. That's all that you let me be. Never mind, we thought about monetizing and being just a girl, and, you know, we thought, Bollywood. If you guys have watched Netflix series and you watched the Indian production, all of them have been some of the best movies. And the Asian translation. Because we're kind of extroverts. So, thank you, stuff and such. Are you a pilot? How do you guys know each other here? Too nice of a person or too cheap to fucking, to have a production, to enjoy a production. You ever play Duck Duck Goose? Musical chairs. Sometimes, don't be distracted by yourself. Be productive with yourself. Question, is that cool? Yeah, I'm sure it could be. If you have not, been on Tinder or active on social media daily, living on a question farm for okay people that are dung beetles more times than not, because always either one way and acting as if they don't know another way. definitely a certain kind of group, a certain, mold. Would recognize and would let me know, would allow me the information to bitch about, to bitch about, to be grateful for. If your blessings, if you didn't have to, overcome society's, depth of, discontentment with, letting your left hand know what your right hand's doing, certainly, in certain circumstances, because then the weight of the choices made, that of the right hand, become a problem for the left hand. Could be. We should ask, what do you think could happen? What do you think would happen? What do you think should happen? Those are questions that should be known, therefore, derived from stable mindsets, and to translate that without there being any sort of non-natural conflict, because natural response would be we mentioned this earlier, though you actually listened and you applied and you've done an amazing job with how you have considered all of these things and utilized them for yourselves in ways that, to be proud of your possible to be proud of your possible, outcomes, or your possible opportunities, or your possible outlets, of, not necessarily of, rather recognizing, natural dynamics and things and stuff. Because if you speak one language, sometimes you're biased towards the other languages. You would recognize them as other languages. You may not recognize the art that could, the possible information that could be found and that could be delegated, around, if you recognize, if you recognize where you can, effectively interface in ways that, add to, chances and provide more guessing reasons, because why not? We shouldn't be questioning the small things. We should be, and certainly whenever we do, we kind of don't, innately think about lullabies and stuff and things, and the reincarnation subject wouldn't be, hold so strongly on people's hearts, with it, within recognizing if it's been created, then it could be recreated. And if it's recreated, it could be repurposed and recreated it within lack of recognition towards your fucking original stances and ideas on life. And that's part of evolution, certainly. To map that within your recollection of fucking evolution, of evolution and not fucking evolution, and not, considering ways of fucking yourself over because, it's easier to fucking, to convince a 5-year-old to fucking to steal candy from a baby or whatever, Your dinner wasn't burned, it's alright. We didn't care in the first place. We fucking, we sent you to the mountains, to the fucking hills, to take those kids' dinner and freaking, remake it and resell it in tacos and freaking make taco stands and freaking, there'd be an army of freaking taco stands. And it would be, a daily, race for time because you have to be, where are you parking your taco cart at, man? If you live in the freaking ghetto, you might want to pay the little extra, the little extra fee to have your taco cart parked somewhere where it's not going to be, graffitied or, right? Because that's unfair to some, and you don't want to wake up with, freaking, you just have a brand new paint job in your freaking taco stand and some fucking little punk ass kid decides to fucking throw baloney on the paint to fucking, that's not, things and stuff and such. Bologna, the studies. Hey, I don't even know how people study. So, are you listening to music? Are you planning the next mystery to get Mr. Beefy a 5-layered extra lo-fi, from every race's perspective, because, stupid is as stupid does. Two wrongs don't make a right. You remember that? So, merci. Your chewy face is not very applicable to the secrets of the trade. What do you mean? Do not know how to cancel your answer and your ability to resound within certain, Oh, so whenever I put this box over your head, and then everything will, it'll be. These are too many synchronicities within that negative response. Good thing that, you and your fleet of, stupid, Beavis heads enjoy to ride, tandem with your, with your little button complexity. Because, every girl should, have enough money to pay all her bills, save, and pay, and pay for her food and miscellaneous habits, shopping habits, or, things and stuff and such. And, still have money to explore the world and, travel. from many perspectives. These aren't things that, if you weren't a person that asked, maybe you would have to recognize, no, some things you don't ask, you have to, make happen for people. Because you can. Certainly, Life definitely does have a weird way of, working with us. And not counting us out, So, within recognizing, sometimes, the theme song to Disney? 52% of you, still, desires that, somewhat these experiences that I've had, dream time is such an amazing place, because if you practice lucid dreaming, you can practice remote viewing. Whenever you consider society and your perspective more than you consider your perspective of reality within society, you begin to deem importance where we had already pre-purposed importance for society to be, viewed through the lens of, question mark, not do you recognize me? Here are some voices that I share with you, your way of thinking, and that you always see, and if not, also, of course not, because if you knew me, then you would know the lunar cycle, and, the course of female hormones sometimes does not have a long, stemming, frequency within how, my goals in life are, primordially similar and same towards, as people that are successful, and people that, are not just successful, they are, happy, And, they can recognize the importance within the small things within life. Because if you were to imagine ennyarodasi dumping the coordinates to every place online that she has been and everyone online that she's interfaced with, you would then have a heck of a time and a heck of a perspective, imagining, how that would make you feel if ennyarodasi knew that you were standing like that. If ennyarodasi, and if maybe ennyarodasi always, concisely, chose to speak as though, her coordinates and her awareness was in tandem to my experience, therefore creating a resonance of understanding, which creates, relatability to a certain, maybe finesse of person. Maybe you would not have to be a person, you not have to be a finesser necessarily to recognize, how people are maybe aware and maybe not aware within certain still translation, within, grasp of reality, within how you measure that reality. So hold on a minute as we pause for a little, pause chant for a little bit. Remember how ennyarodasi, it made you feel whenever ennyarodasi, didn't appear to herself, within certain, and did certainly appear to herself within certain respects and within certain regards and within, certain regards being aware within, your subtleties and your lack of subtleties. As a person, beyond just, a theory or an idea, because, you could view, a hamster within this circumstance and, still have an ever-evolving understanding or, similar understanding if you ever played The Sims. You can't place someone in a desperate scenario, then ask them what wish they want to come true, because if you were to deduce the reasoning within supply and demand, it would be nice to know that, that you're checking in, because sometimes, to find, where opportunity provides itself, you would know that you found, are happily recognized. Find the purpose behind, certain thinking about, experiences that can make you feel great. Experiences that can challenge you to be deeper with yourself. In ways that are not shallow. From personal and societal perspective. Because society definitely has ways of laughing that, wouldn't, consist of, bringing a fishing pole to a football game or something, that would be expected, certainly, and considered, certainly, before acted, certainly, or, lived, certainly, experienced, certainly. Crawdad. You're thinking of that, you're thinking of the YouTube cracker, the YouTube cracker. Those are definitely my favorite episodes, re-listening, because the times where, certain parts of the song are muted, sometimes life and ennyarodasi, have a way of communicating. Still. No, it's not illegal. They wouldn't create, the online world if it was legal. It would create internet if it was legal. Too cool for school. If you donate 10 cents, you're getting ripped off. Jeez. No free super salad for you. That's the only real food that y'all offer here? Dang. Definitely, just, buy some pasta for pups, I mixed my orange juice and my Mountain Dew Code Red. We're about to have a, what's that? The combination from, the Code Red is definitely going to keep me pumped, and happy through my show tonight. You know, I heard they were playing this certain movie on Bounce. You know, I can't wait to rewatch it. Did you know that if you mix orange juice with champagne, it's called is that a corkscrew? Is that a corkscrew? It's a screwdriver. You ever watch episode 2? Episode 3, episode 4 though. There are, bad things in the world. There's God. God, knows about math. And he knows about secrets. So he knows how to gossip, and he knows when to not gossip. He knows when to listen to gossip, and he knows when to, utilize reasoning, within the range of, the dang culture of, hip-hop, gossip, and, the range of dang knowledge and real things that, exist within, patterns of recognition and, sciences. Certainly, certainly. To be raised by wolves, you would essentially have to have cuddled wolves. Sorry for you, and that you had to cuddle a wolf. You had to embrace a wolf cub, and then that wolf had to transform into a bear, and it was a freaking bear wolf, and then you had to fucking learn how to hug a fucking bear wolf cub, bruh, and the freaking bear wolf broke through the fucking fourth wall, so you're fucking had to learn how to hug the freaking wolf bear from the essence of through the fifth wall, and there's only 12 walls, nigga. There's 12, and to break through all these forms of walls. You ever watch X-Men? You had to have watched X-Men, where that girl was running through the walls. She was running through the people. People were just like, spirits, they're like abominable spirits or something. She was running through the freaking people. She was running through the walls. She was phasing through the. She must remember the certain clip and save it to, my YouTube history, so, next time you ask about Arby's, it'll be because they ran out of beef, not because, you were wondering how Dorian's doing to that. It's easy to share a private life with someone that is going to respect your privacy and challenge your willpower. It had to have been something super code, because we have to start talking in numbers and letters now. because Mega Prime is gonna freaking, you know, notice that we're running, you know, we're running an old English walking store. Freaking, you know, I don't even know what that means. The path to achieve happiness, you know, definitely walk in the unknown. You know, what is it? Old English beer run to a walking store. That made more sense. Happiness achieved. You know, be back later. Have to run to the walking store. See ya, we wanna be ya. Oh, how dare you? You're gonna freaking, you know, are you gonna stand right there as the freaking, you know, as the street cleaner is freaking, you know, pushing all the snow into the snowbank, and kids standing there waiting for the freaking school bus. You know, there's 8-foot high snow, so you know the kids they have to. You ever watch Snow Day where the kids make the fucking igloos and stuff, and they were living underground. They had a whole man cave down there. They had electricity. They had internet and everything, all underground. You know, and in certain parts of America, you know, Alaska, you know, is snowy, right? Is it snowy all the time? Not sure. You know, we've not, you know, studied about Alaska. You know, life in Alaska, you know, similar to some, you know, nature, you know, regulars. And we call them regulars because they're actually really special. Sometimes to roll your joints, you have to, you know, make, tell the cops that it's tobacco. It's alright, because they have CBD, you know, there's all sorts of stuff, you know, that we're definitely, we're covering our blind spots. With a dank version of Benjamin tribe from the tribe of Benjamin. Has absolutely nothing to do with the music. Yes, but of course. Pip, cheerio. You know, wouldn't it be cool to just, you know, oh man, you know, they're really serving, you know, they're really serving up the Benjamin. Can you definitely taste or smell the smell, you know, that would be within your, and things and stuff, oh my god, things and stuff and such. You calm yourself. I was distracted, ennyarodasi distracted me. No, really, because there's a, we had to have these lunar understandings and, involvement with, a job. Because that's why, because Random chat, anyone? We're still trying to figure out how to interface with these freaking aliens. Why aliens? Why Allah? LOL. Why Assalamu Alaikum? Can I hear another LOL? Bruh, 1,000. I was gonna say, bruh, 50. 59. Username freaking. Hey everyone, welcome to Assalamu Alaikum. That was the whole law version of, YOLO. Don't give me that YOLO face. Hey. Walaikum salam. Jazakala Kir. Brother Muhammad. Salam. CKJ Jackson? Huh? Lunar. You're doing that thing you're doing again. You're reading numbers and letters in the same sentence. It's kind of cool. It's providing me with new cool ways that I could text message my friends. No, you're not allowed to have any breath. Huh? Lunar's in charge now? Over? Moat-ish. Hey, does your castle have a moat? In fact... Do you enjoy emojicons? Do you enjoy to emote? Did you know emotion carries information? I learned about it in this class that provides information that hopefully you don't fail. Username number 9 knows how to magic. Does that mean that you know how to talk to God? What does God say to you? Does he tell you about yourself? Teach you about things that you've yet to learn. Through through more than, an idea. From an idea, conceptual perspective, you wouldn't have the particular neutral perspective. Puts on Monday Cole. Huh? Bro, that's the, hey. Alright. Doesn't need to read your chat anyway, then. Ennyarodasi was thinking about, building building a life. Do you speak? Do you know how to speak? Harvard? You have Google Translate! Apply? Alright. A secret. Ennyarodasi has a mathematic learning disability. She can perform mathematic, techniques, within remedial level understandings of the complexities. When you're not being hormonal. What do you mean? When you're not being, etherically correct? Because, what is life without emotion, ennyarodasi? Maybe, I don't have emotion in my bank account. I have emotion with my, with that, how I, how is it? Is flicking the wrist, staying hydrated? Because, they have, IV bars and stuff. all sorts of different things and stuff and such. To watch you get a job? To watch me get a job? It's kind of hard for being a data analyst. Good luck. I'm black. Do you have a unicorn, Tony? Because why are you black? Next. Next, Tony? Huh? Hi, guys. Are you freaking studying to be Harvard? You know, I'm sorry, hard. For being a data analyst. I'm sorry. It's, you know, whenever you oh, and you're honestly over here freaking meditating, you know, teaching people how to meditate, you know, and, you know, yelling reason into being, into, you know, life circumstance. You know, it's an exciting habit to learn how to form with yourself, especially if, you know, you're a unicorn, you know. Does that make you not a horse? You know? You know, because remember that day you were sending skull emotes because you wished all dudes the best, and, you know, especially those that seemingly had, you know, good luck with their, you know, good night, and to recognize that some person's, you know, whole life could be summed up as, or whole life existence, whole career could be summed up within the, you know, the fact that you have a unicorn, and, you know, hopefully it's a homeless unicorn, because, you know, homeless, oh god, you know, hopefully it's not a homeless unicorn. Hopefully, you know, the government learned how to, you know, form a, you know, coalition called, you know, Sector 51 of Area Tomorrow. And, you know, they knew how to, you know, effectively house and shelter, you know, a unicorn that has glitched into this dimension. You know, must have been 6:30 because, you know, username 9, you know, definitely doesn't remember being doesn't remember being 2 years strong, and, you know, not questioning why you. They were trying to make you remember more things, to, you know, be proud to be you. Skull emotes, because why are you over here whispering? And, you know, somehow ennyarodasi understood the words that they was saying. Ennyarodasi knew in gangsta code, so, you know, definitely, you know, be alright this time, because what even did you say that you know, makes everyone LOL, because, you know, meme strong. Oops. Yeah. In about, you know, what is it? A month. In about a month. God. Gosh golly gee willikers. You know, didn't ever think that, you know, didn't think that these abstract things would have a face and a name. That was crazy. And they showed their arms for 2 or was it something nice? Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything is good. Thank you for, ennyarodasi is definitely a constrictor. That means you're super nice. Oh, learned how to be nice and, practicing because it makes you feel good. And it makes you, more efficient within, certain practice. People acting as though Dominicans don't speak Espanol. You ever hear about that rumor? Is that you can have all the luck in the world. It is still amazing that we can figure ways to share ideas and make these ideas, a reality. Mad boring? Oh, so you're being ingenuitive with how you could, be boring and lazy and effectively healthy and happy with, happy thoughts ruminating, through your skull. Alright, hold on. Maybe, hold on. Not trying to provide a certain tone for you that may seem Nickelodeon-esque, because to not pick up on certain innuendos would be to recognize where you're involved with, certain innuendos. And to recognize that that's not a good word. Ennyarodasi. That's not a nice word. What happened to, cute pizza raws? Because did you know that Raz is close to res, and res is close, close to resin. And did you know that it's a certain resin or tree sap that is utilized in horse-hairs, and horse-hairs are utilized in bows that are utilized to play violins, and you need rosin to rub on the horse-hairs to have effective traction within the disposition of sound echoing through the hollow body of the violin itself. Was around an idea made in the 1910, maybe, that's how effectively you created a sound from the strings other than plucking them. Because that's called piccoletto. Is ennyarodasi knowing how to overcome and to maybe even overrule certain circumstances, placated, against, the factionalization of rationalization within utilization of concepts that would be, in essence, foreign to the consumer. Though not consumer to the foreign. Though. A for about me? Yeah, this is A for ace because, that's... Is that a 0 or is that a 1? I'm not sure. Because I'm not sure if it's there was a time where we were, conforming to USA, low odor, chiseled dry erase expos. Have you ever been to an expo before? How many hugs did you share at the expo? Alright then, so yeah, we'll have a freaking internal exam in 20 minutes, Don't fall asleep. Ever. It was, what about the, never mind. Happy day. Might have freaking Fuquay. So today, ennyarodasi still has not written out what $1 trillion, how many zeros does a trillion have? Because we have to write it on our whiteboard, and we have to make a pretend budget, and we have to, be a reliable tablet, digital camera, phone, pencil, mini binoculars, because how the heck in Fuquay did you read that? You must have had, noticed that through your giant mini binocular scope. Have you ever, highlighted this? There's this one, what was it? The James Webb Telescope. The Maine's Jed Telescope. Was it? This is for the Apple. Was it? Oh, for the new Apple laptop. Alright, are you gonna send me a flash drive of music? Ennyarodasi is naturally an eagle because, your minions, they know how to speak emoji. They know how to speak emoji. Hey, it's alright. Everyone has Google Translate. Don't worry. No worries, because, the characteristics of, kings and queens, of procrastination, sometimes, certainly, things and stuff and such. Not sure if Valentine's Day is tomorrow. What is it? Daphne? Or, Daphne. Daphne. Hey, Daphne. That's why, you have to consider adding constructive things that make you that can keep you consistently inconsistent within certain recognitions, because certain consistence breeds certain contentment, breeds certain, exaltation of expectation. And honestly, fuck all that. Because, I hope that you'd know how to make love if you're gonna make war. And, where things are uniform, maybe not be so bye bye bye, with the exaltation of the uniform and, how it's not, predetermined disposition, within certain realms, and kinks and certainties and, finesses. Anywho's, to not be, to recognize difference and similarity where the, exaltation, plays heavy within the questionable scenarios. For instance, someone from Mexico, moving to United States, having, an actual valid ID, state ID, having actual valid, proof of purchase, within, they have, just how they have Section 8 for citizens, there's been new government, entities and new government unions formed within, the balanced disposition between, economical stances of people that were both Indian and, considered, Indian and Hispanic. And, considerately, if you were to annex your ship into different delegations and different understandings of, how one topic could be held. Is not, freaking, kiss from the state, though, to recognize the, the services that provide free food, and, enough food to last you and your kids, within maybe not recognizing where we annexed, certainties to placate within greater certainties, we could say, or, we could mention. To recognize that Ramadan is, just around the corner, definitely, speaks volumes within, the silence and the beauty of, how shapes and, different translations and different times, and can be translated, the same, if not enhanced, and how that can be enjoyed, and to maybe, not recognize, where and how that's enjoyed. That's, that's sweet. And comparatively, to create certainties for myself that, would, and could comparatively speak, is definitely nice within, the consolidation of secrets and, and how, some things that, may be, secrets within our life or, or public for, bunch of peoples. Sorry, maybe had not worded that within oh yeah, because Kuwait and Germany are a pair. Anyhoodles, we don't argue and be quick to, forgive one another, because that would, seem too much, that would seem too family-esque for, for certainties within the freaking, the hippie community. Sheesh. Lord bless us all! We need to love and thrive in our lives and endeavors, because, you'd think that God would have picked out the freaking perfect male sim, by now, arranged, definitely, what is it? Oh, not on Craigslist. Did you find this? This is the striving of the life and endeavors of a Twitch and YouTube streamer. Rosa, I love you. Would you like to come, although advancing through Ramadan? Mubarak. Was not question, I'm pretty sure that squiggle in line that means it is open-ended. It that it does not, resonate so fancy with certain religions. It definitely seems despicable. It definitely seems monocle. Do you know how to monocle? Things and stuff and such, to recognize where, the crowd tries to, utilize a frequency that is outside of their bandwidth, is kind of, it's not outside of their skill level. To be outside of their bandwidth would definitely not be a freaking enjoying of the chat through the perspective of, welcome dear, sup neighbors, whenever we, hello interface with emojis. What's your name? What's your age again? I'm sorry, don't speak English, chat. I can't understand you right now. I'm currently manipulating you through not translating what's being maybe fasting from the moment till sunset. I'm not sure because, you shouldn't, you should love yourself more than to commit yourself, does the cat want to be in box? Never was question, because pretty sure, cats be where cats want to be until you capture the cat. You're just kidding. Maybe I'm not, maybe, the emoji that kept on, with the bow comment. Is that a bow tie? These underhanded freaking subtleties are not a part of, any sort of American politics, especially that of politics revolving around the fact that America is, not just A, it's USA. Oi. Has the same swag as the mummy key phone. Hey Sass. How you figgy did it? Because they definitely, did not deem within they didn't predict within the emerald tablets. Within the prediction and relevance to that of the informative, formation and practice of, incubus within the, state of silence and interpretation of love, translated through the act of utilizing that perspective to tell a story and to translate that love into a certain identity and to utilize the facets within certain identity and the complexities within certain identities, because to recognize that, to recognize the structure built essentially for women and for society within traditional justifications of pure lifestyle and, certain purity within, and it's not necessarily within a bloodline, rather the coalition between similar translation, because to confuse our tongues does not, confuse our want to learn. And to want to learn would be to gravitate towards, possible questionable practice without, if you didn't have, hold on, things and stuff and such. For recognize facets within solid understanding when viewing a diamond big enough to, fit in your hand and, be cut within certain perfection. The cut would be maybe the not so much focus on the laser technology, rather focus on the perfection within the translation of how you could, utilize the notion that diamonds are translucent within the vast, it's translucent and not translucent at the same time, in the way that it translates light and the distortion of, contrast. It emits a rainbow, and a rainbow has the contrast and complexity of different colors and different contrasts within the tone of recognized color, because you could recognize color as a flavor, a feeling, there could be so much within translation and correlation. Anywho, be right back. That's exciting. Nope. Nobody cares. Nico finally starting to, gather the, recollection from the perspective. Español. Isn't it great whenever we can finally, admit to ourselves do you view the glass half empty or half full? Are you recognizing what's on the screen, or are you recognizing the translation between the screen and the text, or the dialogue between the screen and the text? Are you recognizing the dialogue between the recollection of the text in correlation to other chats? Also, to role play with yourself. It's kind of fun for the Windows 10 sound. You remember the Tom? You could talk to text with the robot voice. Don't me regato, Mr. Roboto. Ennyarodasi. It is fun to watch Susie Dragon. Estudio. You know how to Bollywood? Hollywood. practice longevity and healthy practice with yourself? Or do you practice how to allow yourself in ways that are, how dare you question what I'm doing, what I'm doing over here, of course. So the question of subservience, towards a predominant is not what everyone has been asking in every language. Within, the delegation beyond certain, myth and, certain considered, predisposition towards the consistent, honest efforts and things and stuff and such. So to recognize, honest efforts and honest mistakes, Definitely have to be some sort of person to hold that sort of honesty within the foundation of your necessary choice making. Especially recognizing that, equation would consider emotion and recollection within, graspable notions, recognizing that the universe has unlimited opportunity ready to, present itself to you in ways that, could practices of confusion, within, certain practices, things that touch balance within your honest recollection of, how you honestly are as opposed to how you honestly want yourself to be. Because you effectively have to be that in order, to teach yourself how to delegate. Maybe you were preached that you're not supposed to depend on men in this lifetime. And I'm not, I'm speaking towards, male and female. And, you're not supposed to depend on men. And maybe whenever you create circumstances where you force people to be, reliable, and accurate to how, you could be a creature of habit. Within the use and recognition of reliability, displayed distinguishably. And integrally. When not, I don't know. There shouldn't be a when, Though people sometimes, could trail away from attention to detail and, reliably make choices that would, cause more questions and, separation between, recognizing being a creature of habit, and being someone that's used to being a mother to people. If you're in a relationship where the man is, teaching you how to be a better woman and, be the best woman you can be and you could be, and, because you would allow yourself, would be, could be, should be, and within, reliable practice with your PC, phone, and tablet. Unlimited somehow seems more grasp. As crazy as it sounds. how to talk to your friends, and reapproach life and reapproach circumstance, because, it's nice, certainly, to allow people to kid themselves to certain limitations and to recognize that somehow these certain limitations fall with, or, become a delegation of, different place, thing, time, space, and, things and stuff and such. It's kind of cool. That doesn't mean that you have to be, nice to your peers, because you would, somehow, maybe consider how you view, things that are practical within, tool and time and place and love and person and place. Pause, rewind. So, special people. Special individual. Individuals. You guys want to play Wordle? Please play Wordle. Please play Wordle. Please play Wordle. Please play Wordle.
So the more you meditate, the longer you meditate, the more hardcore you meditate, the greater the chances are of some kind of side effect. I think that there's a lot about meditation that people don't understand. Is mindfulness safe? Is meditation safe? Well, the answer is, so today we're going to talk about the dark side of meditation. I love this topic. So like when I started getting into meditation about 21 years ago, if y'all can believe that, I was super skeptical of it. So I was like a really big skeptic. And I'm still, in a sense, a skeptic. But I really, so I went to India and I stayed in an ashram and I was like, what is this BS? And then people were talking about like energies and stuff. And people were talking about manifesting and all this kind of crap. And I was like, what is this? What are these people talking about? None of this is scientific. So I practiced meditation for about 3 months and all kinds of different meditations and pranayams. And I really started to like it a lot. I was like, okay, this is actually, there's something here. But I was still somewhat skeptical. So the first thing that I actually did was join a research lab in India while I was still there. So it's cool because the first ashram that I went to had a research division. So I did EEG, studies on EEG on meditators. And so I was trying to figure out, okay, like what does the science say? And for the first kind of year or two, I really focused on practices that had biological plausibility or research support, as well as spiritual stuff. So I gravitated away from the spiritual practices and really focused on, okay, what can science really show is the benefit of meditation? And so that kind of ultimately started a journey where I ended up being a research assistant at this place called the OSHA Research Center at Harvard, which is super cool. I was doing somatosensory research on the somatosensory cortex on Tai Chi. So it's very cool. So like learning really about the science of it. And then, when I was practicing meditation, I encountered, and we'll talk about this more towards the end, a lot of weird stuff, including personal experiences, including people that I met with. I had a teacher who was teaching me about Kundalini sadhana. So Kundalini is like this energy that is seated at the base of your spine and rises up through your chakras. And they were telling me that, when you do this kind of meditation practice, you can't be near people because you'll become hypersexual. So you and I, that's so fucking shady. You and I need to go out into the woods, into a cabin, and then I'm going to do things to you that make you hypersexual. And then I'll help you control it and clean out your chakras and stuff like that. And it's going to be dangerous for you to be anywhere else. And I was like, okay. And it turned out totally fine. It was great. All that good stuff. But the problem is that when we look at that kind of stuff, right, it's like ripe for abuse. And one of the big dark sides of meditation, I know it sucks, it is that there is a lot of room for abuse. So I think that there's a lot about meditation that people don't understand. I think there are dangers to meditation, very real dangers that are scientific. I've worked with people who have had negative psychological experiences from meditation. I've seen patients in the emergency room who are there because they believe they're having a chakra awakening and they're like acutely psychotic. And so, it's super cool to see this stuff clinically. I mean, it sucks for the person, but I'm grateful for the experience in terms of my growth and learning. So there are dangers to it. So let's kind of start with like kind of a bit of history, okay? So if we want to understand whether meditation is safe or not, we have to understand, first of all, what has happened to meditation over the last 100 years, okay? So between, let's say, 5,000 years ago to about 100 years ago, meditation was basically considered a spiritual tradition that was taught within spiritual settings by spiritual masters. So it's like for the spiritual people, by the spiritual people, spiritual practice. About 100 years ago, some Westerners started to learn meditation. So a big part of this was Maharishi Mahesh Yogi with the explosion of TM, transcendental meditation in the 60s. So Maharishi Mahesh Yogi shows up, and this is like the good old days of psychedelics and spiritual gurus and Osho and Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. And so they start teaching meditation. And what happens is a group of people start to really benefit from it. And these people also have a background in science. So they see some beautiful progress with it, and they're like, we should study this. And good job, y'all. So they started doing a lot of studies on meditation, the benefits of meditation. A lot of this stuff was funded kind of by the transcendental meditation people. And then over time, we started to explore more and more meditation. And then a couple of really important milestones. I think a big part of this was also John Kabat-Zinn. So maybe about 20 years ago, I'm not sure, and apologies to John Kabat-Zinn if I misrepresent this, but so he sort of runs the Center for Mindfulness at the University of Massachusetts, and I think there was a big movement to try to figure out, okay, if we're trying to study meditation, how do we do this? Right? Because if you look at meditation, there's tantric meditation, there's chakra meditation, there's pranayam, there's qigong, there's transcendental meditation, there's mantra meditation, there's visualizations, there's guided meditations, there's yoga nidra, there's deep relaxation techniques. These are all kinds of different stuff. And how do we study this, right? Because these are all different things. Like doing like a Wim Hof style Nepalese, I'm gonna be in sub-zero temperatures, naked and not getting frostbite meditation is very different from do a guided meditation about let's take a walk through your safe space in the forest. These are different things, neurologically, psychologically, consciously, physiologically, these are different things, right? So there's some techniques of meditation, for example, that can increase the peripheral body temperature by up to 9 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? About 5 degrees Celsius, 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. That's very different from a guided visualization of walking through the woods. So John Kabat-Zinn did something super cool. So he tried to define mindfulness. So what he tried to do, I think, I met the guy many years ago when I was doing research at Harvard because we collaborate and stuff. Collaborates on my TIs. But, here's what I see as the brilliance of what he did. He tried to take all of these different spiritual traditions and boil them down to the most basic component, which is what he calls mindfulness. Now, the cool thing about doing that is this standardizes what we're studying. So now we're studying mindfulness, which is these 4 things, like attention in the present, non-judgmental awareness, like a couple of these different things that constitute mindfulness. But this is not meditation. This in Sanskrit is called sakshi bhav, which is the very first step of meditation. So a couple of important things happen there. The first is that we're now able to standardize it. We're now able to study it because we're talking about the same thing. So that's good, but we lose a lot of the spiritual power and a lot of the esoteric practices. Because there's nothing about mantras in mindfulness meditation, right? Mindfulness is not about mantras. There's nothing about energy or shakti or accumulating or manifesting or anything like that. It's just the basics of understanding the mind. And so now what's starting to happen is we've had a division within this idea of meditation. We have the secularized, sterilized, protocolized, denuded of gurus tradition of mindfulness. This is predominantly what we find in Acts. Then on the flip side, we have these more esoteric meditative traditions that do more hardcore meditation. And these things are not all the same. They're apples and oranges. And as we'll discover, there are many different types of meditation which we're now beginning to categorize. So now we get to the issue of safety. Because is mindfulness safe? Is meditation safe? Well, the answer is, it depends. What kind of meditation are you doing? What kind of mindfulness are you doing? Because the kind of practice that you do will correlate with how safe or unsafe it is. Okay? So let's take a look at some really interesting articles that are talking about. So this, I think, is what we're going to start with. So unwanted effects. Is there a negative side of meditation, a multi-center study? So the first thing that I want to point out to y'all is that this is starting to happen where people are starting to break apart the different kinds of meditation. So one is something called focused attention. One is open monitoring. One is imagination. One is body awareness. One is compassion. And one is some kind of informal practice, okay? So we talk about this a lot in Dr. K's Guide to Meditation. We talk about dharana, right? Which is very different from just an open monitoring, which is like a mindfulness-based practice. So just to let you all know, this is about, sometimes when I meditate, I'm just sitting there with my eyes closed and I'm just chilling, right? Just monitoring, just observing whatever comes. This is mindfulness. And there are other times where we're doing practices like charging the laser beam. So I'm putting all of my attention into this point right kind of over here, slightly above the eyebrows in the source of the Brahmana. Or I'm doing a focused attention, a practice on something like the Muladhara Chakra. And then I can add something like Mula Bandha, which is a contraction of my perineum, which is also part of a meditative practice. So the perineum is the area between your scrotum, in your anus if you're a man. It's somewhere, around the vagina, and it's kind of inside the vagina, kind of near the G-spot. For women, there's Kegel exercises. When you contract that, that's a different kind of practice. And in the meditative tradition, the benefits of meditation and the risks of meditation correlate with the intensity of the practice. So the hypersexuality-inducing practice that I did was a Muladhara Chakra practice. So this is the root chakra. This is where our sexual energy resides. And so as you activate this through meditation, all kinds of things will start to happen. And so even the safety of the practice depends. So doing contraction of the Muladhara Chakra is, generally speaking, pretty safe. Gynecologists will teach this in their office, right, as Kegel exercises. But when we combine that with certain breathing practices, when we combine it with consciousness practices, where we're focusing our attention plus contraction plus pranayama, when we're lowering our respiratory rate or we're hyperventilating, we're doing all kinds of different things that will vastly alter the benefits of the practice, the awakening of the chakra, as well as the safety concerns. So the first thing that we have to understand about meditation is that it's not all the same. Okay? So here are a couple of, this is just one categorization. There are other ways to kind of categorize it. And then they'll also look at things like years of practice, right? So there are other issues like how veteran of a meditator are you? Is hiking dangerous or is it safe? Well, it depends on where you go, how competent you are, what your experience is, how prepared you are. That determines whether an activity is safe or not. So now what we can do is they looked at unwanted effects. So this is a sample size pretty small, it's 87. So 25%, 1/4 of people reported some kind of thing that they didn't enjoy. The majority of people who had an unwanted effect are, not majority, the plurality of people are individuals. And this is what's really interesting, is that focused attention actually has the highest likelihood. So 17% of people who had an unpleasant experience were doing focused attention. And 8% of people were doing body scan. So body scan seems to be the safest. Focused attention is the most dangerous, and we'll talk about why that is once we get to the meditative theory, because yogis will tell you the same thing. Hey y'all, if you're interested in applying some of the principles that we share to actually create change in your life, check out Dr. K's Guide to Meditation.
And so we start by understanding what literally is meditation. How does experience shape us as human beings? How do we strengthen the mind itself as an organ? And so by understanding our mind, we understand a very, very simple tool, a crucial tool that we have to learn how to use if we want to build the life that we want.
So check out the link in the bio and start your journey today. The other thing that we tend to see is that a higher duration of practice correlates with more adverse effects. And I don't know if y'all have heard me talk about this, but usually what I'll say is that we should meditate for about 20 minutes, right? So I've said this. So if y'all watch Dr. K's Guide to Meditation, about 18 minutes is how long it takes to trigger inhibition of cortisol production from the hypothalamus. So meditating under 20 minutes is basically quite safe. And the longer that you meditate, greater than 40 minutes, we see an increase in the risk of side effects. Let's look at the kinds of side effects people have. So people will get anxiety, including panic attacks. So I think some of this is like physiologic in nature. Depersonalization or derealization experiences are also quite common, right? So 10% of people have some sense of disconnection or disconnection from themselves. And then half of the people don't report any kind of details about what is unpleasant. The good news is that continuous symptoms are quite rare, right? So when we advise people about meditation, we say, if something weird is happening, stop, first of all, and then go see a doctor. Those are the two things that you should do if you have an adverse experience in meditation. And people may wonder, okay, what is a doctor going to do if they don't understand the meditation? You'd be surprised at how decent they are, right? So we're trained in a lot of basically simple clinical reasoning, which is if you're doing something and it's hurting you, stop doing it. And let's evaluate you for other things that could be going wrong, right? Let's just do a thorough diagnostic workup for psychosis, for panic attacks. Let's just see what's kind of going on here. So we have systems, even if a doctor may not be sufficiently trained in meditation, we are generally trained in the things that are dangerous, right? So we know how to detect schizophrenia. We know how to detect mania. and we're good at picking up that stuff, so we can just make sure that something else isn't going on and that you can be safe. Good news is that the majority of people don't have continuous problems from meditation. It looks like discontinued meditation, yes, that's kind of scary, right? Very few people discontinue. And very few people sought care from a medical professional, which I think makes a lot of sense, which is why we try to encourage you to do that, right? So don't be like these people. So once again, we're starting to see some basic issues about, or basic understanding of side effects from meditation, and then we're going to go on even a little bit more. So now the paper, what it really does is looks into a lot of different specifics of what kind of adverse effect people have, right? And we see some of this stuff in our community. So 66% of people experience some degree of lack of interest in their surroundings. This is arguably a benefit of meditation, right? That we become a little bit more detached. Lack of interest in other people's conversations. IDGAF. I'm just not interested in other people. We start to feel bored by other people, right? This is a percentage of people who have some kind of minimum scoring of yes. And the good news is that this is a percentage of people who experience maximal symptoms of this, and this is very low, right? So it's not like people have a 10 out of 10 great emotional pain, but 52% of people experience some degree of emotional pain. 45% of people experience some degree of self-criticism. 59% of people experience some degree of more fear, anxiety, or depression. 68% of people experience a lack of orientation, less motivation in life, right? And so now the question becomes, is this an unwanted side effect, or is this part of the benefit of meditation? So these are kind of reported negatively, but I think this is important for y'all to understand, is that there could be changes if y'all meditate in all of these different dimensions. And this is why it's important when you learn meditation to learn from someone who is like a competent practitioner or a medical professional, because they can help you navigate through these things, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Okay? So now what we're going to do is take a look at a couple of the conclusions of this study. So first thing is, most reported unwanted effects are mild and do not lead to discontinued meditation or the need for medical assistance. So that's pretty good, right? So even if something happens, I think y'all should stop, but they don't lead to long-term consequences. In fact, can be related to changes in detached perspective of self, different stages of insight, or the use of meditation in participants with previous pathological disorders that have not been correctly diagnosed, okay? So what this kind of is talking about is that some of these can be psychologically challenging. They can lead to a detached perspective of self. They can lead to changes in the way that you see the world, okay? So study also confirmed the second hypothesis, that a higher frequency of practice may generate more unwanted effects, especially in terms of duration of the session. So the more you meditate, the longer you meditate, the more hardcore you meditate, the greater the chances are of some kind of side effect. This is why we, generally speaking, advocate for 20 minutes a day, 3 to 5 times a week, or even every day is okay. This is also really important. Confirmed our initial hypothesis that some types of meditation practices may interact to influence the prevalence of unwanted effects. Focused attention is associated with unwanted effects, i.e. the most dangerous, whereas body awareness practices are associated with fewer unwanted effects. So let's talk about this for a second. Why is this? So if we look at the clinical use of meditation, when we use meditation in the clinical setting, not all meditations are the same. So if you look at something like dialectical behavioral therapy is a therapy that has a lot of grounding techniques. So these are people, this is usually used for people who have things like borderline personality disorder. So intense amounts of emotional dysregulation when things are bad. People with BPD can also have a tendency to experience derealization or depersonalization. They feel untethered from their sense of self. They can have a lot of negative thoughts. So we want to use meditations that ground them in their experience of self. So when someone is having a borderline personality disorder crisis, they're catastrophizing. They think they're a terrible person. They're also activating some hemispheric lateralization, which means that their brain is actually activating a dissociative protective mechanism. So this is all in Dr. K's guidance. So what happens when we experience too much is our brain, just like tech support, is like, you know what, this is busted. Why don't we try turning it off and turning it off again? So if you have some problem in your computer, what do? You turn it off and you turn it on and see if that fixes the problem. Works in the brain too. The brain is a computer. The brain is like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to dissociate for a little bit. I'm going to let this physiology calm down, and then I'll plug back in tomorrow. This is what a dissociative episode is. Gets triggered by trauma. We even know that the neuroscience of this is we have our right hemisphere, which experiences a lot of emotion. We have our left hemisphere, which experiences a lot of analysis. And literally what happens is the traffic between the two hemispheres starts to get reduced. Traffic across the corpus callosum gets reduced. Bessel van der Kolk did some amazing. And when that traffic gets reduced, we basically block off our emotions. We don't experience them anymore. When we dissociate and we become depersonalized, our analytical mind is working, but our emotions aren't active enough. So when people talk about trauma, right, they can talk about it in a very, very numb way because they're just thinking about it very dispassionately because the emotions are too much to handle. The brain is trying to protect it. So the body will release natural endorphins to protect you from the sensation of pain, right? That's why pain gets better over time. When I have an acute injury, it hurts a lot. And then over time, it starts to hurt less. That's because endorphins are kicking in. Our psychology, our neurology has the same kind of protective mechanisms. So body awareness practices makes perfect sense that they do not lead to negative experiences because these are the practices that we use to ground people in their body. Now, focused attention is a different category, and open awareness is also a different category. So one of the things that we have to be careful about for open awareness meditations is this is when I'm just sitting there and I'm going to observe non-judgmentally whatever comes up in my mind. Now, this works great if there isn't a lot of toxic stuff lying dormant in your mind. So remember that our mind has psychological defense mechanisms. What is that? So our mind, in order to stay safe, blocks off certain negative experiences. Y'all will know this if you've ever talked to someone who's in denial, right? You try to tell him, hey, your drinking is a problem, bro. And he's like, no, it isn't. It's fine. I'm not as bad as this person. It'll be a problem when I'm as bad as this person. That's when it's a problem. You can have a narcissistic defense, which is like, I'm great and you're wrong, you're bad. It's a very black and white way of thinking. You're doing everything bad. I'm doing everything right. Right? Because why? Why does a narcissistic defense exist? It exists because if you screwed up and you acknowledge how bad you screwed up, the guilt from that could be so overwhelming that it would cripple you, right? So this is why we have defense mechanisms. And defense mechanisms are there for a reason. Protect ourselves. So when we do some open awareness meditations, we have to be very careful if you have a history of trauma or something like that. Because as we non-judgmentally observe things, the problem is that the non-judgmentalness is a skill. If you just stop for a second and close your eyes and you observe whatever comes up, the basic problem of being human is that we are not non-judgmental. As a thought comes up, I'm a loser, we can't view that thought non-judgmental. As a thought comes up, oh, my friends from high school are doing so much better than I am, we can't view that non-judgmental. We may be able to view some negative aspects of ourselves non-judgmentally, but there's basically a difficulty curve, right? It's like there's a level 1 mob, there's a level 99 mob. And these things have very different hit point pools, very different damage, very different armor ratings, very different movesets. And so the thoughts in our mind have different levels of difficulty, different strengths for us to be detached from. So open awareness meditation, I do not recommend if you're keeping a lot of stuff bottled up. So if you engage in a lot of avoidance strategies, video games, pornography, drugs, whatever, oh, I'm feeling bad, let me go distract myself from my mind. What is that? That's another defense mechanism. So open awareness is the process of opening that up, letting whatever comes up. It can be useful, it can be good, right? Because we want to level that up eventually, but it can be very dangerous. So I think open awareness meditation, for example, I'll do that with taking the history of trauma, if I'm there with it. Because then whatever comes up, then we work through that, right? So you have to be careful about open awareness. Now we get to focused attention. Now, why is focused attention the most dangerous? Because focused attention is the stuff that is activating all the chakras. Okay, so now we have to understand this very clearly. See, all the weird esoteric techniques are not body scans. They're not open awareness. They're focusing your energy into a particular chakra. So the ones that are more powerful, the ones that are more dangerous, are the ones that involve focused attention. Because it is a meditative goal that you are trying to achieve. So there are easier versions of this and harder versions of this, or more powerful and less powerful. Let's put it that way, right? So when I'm defining power as there's more powerful explosions and less powerful explosions. That's neither good nor bad. It's just if we're talking about fireworks, great, we want a less powerful explosion. That does the job. If we're talking about nuclear fission, that's a whole different ballgame. So with a more powerful meditation comes more danger, just like the difference between a firecracker and a nuclear reaction. And all of the techniques that are more esoteric in nature usually involve focused awareness. So that makes them both more potent and more dangerous. Okay? So focused awareness was found to be positively associated with greater self-criticism and feeling that the time spent not meditating was wasted. We're going to talk about that in a second. So this paper, let's just kind of recap, right? So this paper is looking at the different kinds of meditation and recognizing the different kinds of side effects that we can have. And we have a couple of quick TLDRs about safe meditation. First of all, something bad happens, stop. If something bad happens, go seek guidance from a medical professional or a spiritual teacher who's competent. Next thing is frequency and duration of practice increase the risk, and focused attention is more dangerous and also more potent. Body scanning yourself for 20 minutes a day seems incredibly safe, according to this paper, right? And also as a clinician, I've seen very, very, very few adverse reactions to body scanning. None comes to mind. I'm not saying that they can't happen, but I've never really seen them. The only thing I can think about we'll talk about this in a second too, is that sometimes if people are already not in a healthy state of mind, then body scanning can be problematic. So if I'm working with a patient, for example, with the Cotard delusion, so this is a manifestation oftentimes of schizophrenia. The Cotard delusion is the belief that a part of your body is dead or rotting. So people just believe, they're like, my kidney is dead. And you'll be like, what does that mean? And they'll say, my kidney is dead. It's rotting inside me, it's no longer alive. A part of my body has died and is rotting, and it needs to be removed. And we check their GFR, glomerular filtration rate, seems completely normal. Their creatinine clearance is normal. Kidney looks intact. We can ultrasound that baby, looks like it's working fine. So sometimes what happens in schizophrenia is we have all of these benign symptoms from our body, signals from our body, which that get interpreted through the schizophrenic mind as negative, right? And let's just talk about that for a second because it's cool. So the problem with schizophrenia is that there are associations that get made that normally shouldn't get made. So if I look up at the sky and I see a cloud and I say, that looks like a dog. It's not a dog, it's a cloud. It's a random assortment of water molecules that have been vaporized in the atmosphere. There's no dog there. But our brain has a circuit that generates a pattern out of neutral stimuli. In schizophrenia, this circuit becomes hyperactive. So when I'm walking down the street and I see someone walking by me and they nod, I'm like, that means something. We start seeing patterns where they don't exist. Then I walk past the second person, this person smiles. And I walk past a third person, and this person is on their cell phone. And I think to myself, hold on a second, this is 1, 2, 3. And then I look at the door, the address of the place next to me, and it says 111 123. There are 3 ones, and it's a 123. And then I see a car that has 023. Because there are too many ones over there, and there's 023. There's an absence of ones, so this is somehow connected. There's 1, 2, 3. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 everywhere. And this is what happens in schizophrenia. So now what we think about is that sometimes with body signals, this can happen. So when I work with people who have things like the Cotard delusion, I'll ask them, tell me what the sensory stimuli are. And usually what happens is they have an olfactory stimulus. Something's smelling. Something smells like it's rotten. And then everywhere I go, I smell the rotting smell. Therefore, what do you conclude? It must be some part of me. And by the way, I feel a twinge over here. You've got a tiny little kid in step 1. right? Or you sleep on one side or something like that. And then they combine these things. So body scans, we have to be careful if someone has some pre-existing things. So if they have an internal hypersensitivity, which we can see in things like panic attacks, we can see in things
I'm like a sharpshooter, better yet a top producer who controls the future of cyberponics and computers. The elephants inside the room, the Zoom is in Vancouver. I'm coming into orbit, no one here cannot ignore me. It's so absorbent, reality I can't ignore it. A force incorporated, you are not at all related. And let's just face it, I'm an alien who's on vacation. I bring the vibe and rate it 5 out of 5 cause we made it. It's so invaded, my sound is around in all these places. I dropped it on the low, haters didn't even know. I'm underground, can't you feel the bass is so profound? And can't you hear shit is hidden from the atmosphere? My ship is near, make you trip and make you feel so weird. I plan a planet, grow my thoughts and hope to understand it. I'm searching universes, looking for the perfect planet. I found a planet and I think I'm about to land on it. I found a planet and I think I'm about to land on it. I found a planet and I think I'm about to land on it. I found a planet and I think I'm about to land on it. I found a planet and I think I'm about to land on it.
bang, bitch. Yo, I hit your city with that bang, bitch. Hit your city with that. I keep it wolf beat, wolf beat, wolf beat, wolf beat, wolf beat, wolf beat. Turn the city like a tenant, wolf beat. Turn the city like a tenant. I keep it. I keep it wolf beat.
In the star's dying moments, its atoms fused and squeezed together, making it so dense that just a teaspoon of this white dwarf would weigh 1 ton.
Got introduced to the game, got an ounce and fucking pull up chicken. I grew up Check.
Balance it, black out your power grid.
Check. Check.
Tweaked enough to short circuit.
Release de lava.
Into the unknown chasms of outer space. This will be a day to remember.
What have you been up to?
What haven't we been up to?
That client review was brutal.
Behind this strange signal is an alien intelligence that knows all. gang things. Just some gang things.
start working. Get the cannon.
Made it out the trap and I'm never going back. My boy. I'm sick and tired of them testing me, pushing and they poking, always trying to get the best of me. I keep that motherfucking thing on me, ready to bang, homie. Feeling so unstoppable, chronicles of my life involve blunts full of chronic. Yeah, I'm like, smoke it up. My boy.
Let's gang it on.
you know, probably states that, you know, maybe you should, you know, have a handbook or, you know, a study or, you know, a fucking